House
and Sori here.
Yep.
What's happening?
Go ahead.
TransAtlantic Collusion tonight.
The Collusion.
Babe, is a collusion coming together?
It's a plan, a plot.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like almost like a conspiracy. You know what I'm saying?
You see, I'm doing my part.
What?
I wanted a straw, but instead I'm just going to switch the glass.
La ilaha illallah.
So I can protect the animals.
You're doing your part.
I'm doing my part.
Doing your part. That's legit. Before God destroys you.
I feel like if God was going to destroy me, he'd destroy me for other things. Yeah, I feel like it wouldn't be a straw I'd get done in for. It'd be marrying you. I'm just kidding. Oh, I'm just kidding, babe.
That's very nice.
No,
That's very nice. Sure, there's a lot of people that would agree with you.
So last night I fell asleep, and I don't find you to be somebody that like teases a lot. He comes in the room. What did you do? You went on the bed?
Yeah.
And I was like, I got all grouchy with you.
You were so mad at me.
I did.
Would you like me to do that to you? She says.
Yeah. And then I thought to myself, you know what? He's going to get it. Tomorrow, when I wake him up, that's what I'm going to do. I just couldn't do it. I saw you sleeping there.
Go ahead, do it.
No, I can't.
You should have done it.
Honest to goodness, babe, you're so cute when you're sleeping.
Oh, that's nice.
You're like, but you know what it is? Because you're so strong looking, but you're like all vulnerable looking too. It's just so cute. Oh, so I go in and I'm like, you need to wake up now. But I see you don't even remember me waking you up. So I need to get. I thought I was being mean too. I was like, you need to wake up.
I don't. I don't. We are waiting for one of the colluders to arrive, and then we will be ready to rock and roll. What were you saying?
I don't know. Sometimes I think my makeup looks good, and then I get on here and I was like, oh my gosh, it's all red. I look like a bloodshot eyes or something. Oh well.
Your eyes don't look bloodshot. What are you talking about, Ross?
No, all up here because it's the wrong color. I just rubbed some of it off.
There's like a big blotch of stuff over there. I don't know what that's going on with.
That's supposed to be like that. It's supposed to be darker by the corners.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
It looks gross to you?
Yeah, it's kind of... Well, it doesn't look as bad in real life. Well, yeah, it kind of does under there because it's like all uneven and asymmetrical.
Yeah,
but hey,
that's because I was rushing. That's what happened.
It's all right, beauty. You're still beautiful to me.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, you guys, I'm coming to the chat because I want to hear what some of you people have to say. Hey, did I show you? Oh, I did. The frame? You didn't really say anything. Did you like the frame?
Well, I was sweating to death as you were showing me the frame. So I was trying to focus on not panicking.
So I messaged Joey today. He's the creator of our skulls.
I thought his name was Jamie.
Theme. You know what? His email is Joey.
Do me a favor and pass me the wall.
His email is Joey. So, remember when that cover came off in the sauna?
Yeah.
Now I'm paranoid every time I pick it up that it's going to dump all over the computer. So I'm like, maybe it's safer to just leave it on the desk.
Good, that's good paranoia. Slipknot Sean in the house. What's good, buddy?
Hey, I hope you're having a better day today. Yeah, I told them, I said, well, we're YouTubers and somebody created this picture for us. And the guy was like, yeah, well, it looks just like you. I said, yeah, it's exactly what I'm going to look like when I'm dead.
Thank you for doing this stream. Thank you, Middle Earth.
Yes, Middle Earth. Who does not look like a hobbit.
Huh?
I said, who does not look like a hobbit?
Oh, because you thought he would look like a
Although
hobbit.
I didn't see what was going on underneath your hat, but you had a very big beard that it was unexpected. Very nice beard.
Is it nicer than mine?
No.
Okay.
Honestly, I think, and I feel like this might be delusional, like when I said that you could beat Michael Jordan. I feel like you have the best beard. But I think that that's because I see how much effort you put into it. And the time that the making it even and all that stuff. And I'm like, you know what? That's a good beard. Plus, I never liked beards until you turned me over to beards. Only your beard, though.
Excellent.
All right, you guys.
Excellent. So we got one. What's up, Amy?
We've got a crazy lineup with like 0. Hey, what's going on here?
What?
Who's this kid? Caesar? Get him out of there. So we've got a list of songs.
Danny Logan is here.
Yeah, I know. Happy birthday, buddy. We're going to be doing your song after the stream is done, so hopefully you can stick around for that.
Actually, no.
Unless Middle Earth, maybe we can just do it first.
We're gonna get. We've got a bonus for you guys. You guys. I can't believe that Apple doesn't have something better.
I literally told you that thing was a bad idea. You remember that?
It's not a bad idea because there's no alternative.
No, there was. There was a bigger one that. So it wouldn't have been just whole. Remember I said it's going to be too high. It's going to lift off the desk. And then it's going to be kind of floating and just rely on the prongs.
Well, I mean, we can always go to Best Buy and get
another one. Yeah, maybe we can exchange it.
Vin's beard is way better than LeBron's.
Yay!
I'll probably agree with that. I'm better than LeBron's.
Listen, on this stream tonight, literally, I don't know any of the bands.
What's the name of Danny Logan's song again?
Danny Logan's song.
Yeah, he's in here. Isn't that the guy?
Oh.
Birthday boy?
Yes. Let me just pull it up.
Where is the other half of the collusion? Start with the bonus. Is our European DJ is asleep? Okay, we'll start with the bonus. Maybe
Perfect.
that'll give our European DJ time to get in.
It's right here. So we're Alice in Chains. Don't follow. And he's got a little something for me to read here.
Don't follow Alice in Chains.
He said the link he gave me is a lyric video that
Is it on Trello?
Yeah.
Where is it?
So go scroll over. Keep going. Sorry, it's gonna be in that right here. Scroll down. Hold on. Stop. Right there.
There it is. Okay.
I'm just checking to see because I know he wants me to read something here, so I want to make sure I'm not reading everything but just what he wanted.
Gotcha. How's everybody doing today? Sit back, relax, and log in, you bums. We've got a lot of show for you today. Very, very excited.
Okay. Hey, Danny, did you the message looks like one complete message, but you also had some personal information about your friend and stuff. Do you still want that read? Was that part of what you wanted read, or do you want me to skip that part? I just want to make sure that I'm not, it looks like it's part of your message, but I want to make sure.
Feliz cumpleaños, Louis. Don't forget our picture. Yeah. Hey, do we have a picture for the collusion? Wait, is Mike Franco also in the?
He is. He's got I think 2 of the songs in there.
Okay. Where is the pic?
Oh, yay! See, there he is.
Who?
Our picture guy. Okay, but anyway, that's not what we're looking for. Okay, so maybe it's this one. The
stream symbol is on its way.
I think it's... Yeah, it's gotta be this.
It. 3 wolves.
Oh, you know what? You're right on Trello.
Is it on Trello?
Yeah. Oh, no, I'm sorry, it's not.
You know what we should do is...
I usually put it in there, but...
We're overcomplicating this. Let's just add... Hey, we got the Sori... It got sent to the Sori secret email, right?
Yep.
Okay. So, boom.
So, no. Who'd you just open?
That was Jamie Hernandez.
Yeah, don't... Try not to do that because I'm not good at... No.
I'll just mark it as unread.
Excellent. Perfect. So roll down right here. Click on that right there that says image. Boom. That's it. You got it.
Problem solved.
Yep.
All right, guys. We're going to go right into our bonus song. We'll do the bonus song first.
Right. Okay, so we'll do the commercial and then I'll read his intro, okay?
Yep. What's it around your neck, Vin? It's the world's most fabulous scarf. It's actually Sori's scarf. But I like it.
I like it too.
It's meant to be shared, according to Danny. All right, guys, stand by. Commercial time. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the filthy capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener. All right, guys.
Sorry about that. All right, so tonight we have a special little bonus video to do for you guys. This is going to be Alice in Chains Don't Follow for our friend Danny, who is in the chat right now. He has a little something he would like us to read before we start.
And this is for his birthday, right?
It is, but it's kind of interesting. Yes. Happy birthday. Let's just get that in
Happy
there.
birthday, sir.
Because I'm not sure it's like celebratory as far as the topic. So happy birthday, Danny. A person may smile, laugh, and seem perfectly happy, yet inside you see a worthless failure, a weight that drags everyone around you down. That person who smiles every day doesn't like who they see in the mirror. Self-worth is bankrupt, and all confidence is lost if it was ever found. If you feel this way, I want you to know you're not alone. You're not a lost cause, and time to help you isn't a waste. It's okay not to know all the answers. Neither do I. I try to make peace with my past, or it robs me of my present. That's a good line. Be firm with your choices. Don't go backwards to situations that weren't helping you. Daily remind yourself why you decided to even move forward. Let go of those negative feelings in a positive way. Whatever tool you use, be consistent. I had a best friend hang himself on January 18th, my birthday, and I lost my father the same day, 2 years apart. This song is what my friend told me to listen to in the letter he left me. R.I.P. to all who lost their battles, but let them help us win ours. That's from my heart. Thanks, you guys. So.
All right. Heavy shit.
Yeah.
All right.
I said to say happy birthday first.
Happy birthday, homie. All right, let's do this. Alice in Chains, Don't Follow. Let's do it.
You can't shake me round now. I get so lost and don't know how. Yeah. It hurts to care. I'm going now. Say goodbye, don't fall.
Jeez.
That was late but very great Lane Staley of Alice in Chains, a band that's still alive and kicking, that we actually had the amazing privilege of seeing live.
It's true.
We saw them with Korn. That was amazing. We didn't obviously know a bunch of the songs on the set list.
No, we didn't.
But I forgot what song it was, but they had all the.
It was amazing. Well, I mean, if you watch the Korn concert review,
yeah,
we like reviewed the whole concert. It was pretty cool. You'll get clips of when we were at the concert. It's a fun watch along, and in there, we got some pictures. Some video actually of that song. I don't know what song it was. Yeah, maybe it was this one. I don't really know. But everybody was you could tell the emotion was high. Like everybody was like really feeling it and feeling each other. And there was like a lot of camaraderie. It was a great moment. It was actually, I wasn't super familiar with any of their songs really. Like, so it was like a foreign band to me almost.
Yeah.
But that moment wasn't. I said, oh my gosh, this is a very, very cool moment. I have a few moments from concerts that are just unbelievable moments. And I'm like, okay, that's why people turn into like concert connoisseurs. Like you just want, those experiences are just very unique in their own way.
Yeah. Especially with a band like Alice in Chains that has so much history.
Right.
First EP in music history to debut #1 on Billboard 200.
Wow.
Yeah, the thing about Lane Staley is kind of similar thing with Kurt from Nirvana and, on my side, more familiar, Tupac. Mm-hmm. Is there was always this feeling that they were going to die early. And really? There was always this undertone in their music that they were going to die early. And so, like,
okay,
it happens all the time in Lane's music and lyrics. Tupac, same thing. There's all this undercurrent in the music, and it would always show up in the lyrics about them kind of predicting their own death type of thing. So that's a very interesting song and a song title, and what he's saying, say goodbye but don't follow, which is kind of one of those things where it's
so
like,
friggin' sad.
I'm never coming home, I'll just wander my own road.
Yeah.
I can't meet you here tomorrow. Say goodbye. Don't follow. You know, and it's kind of like being a person who has lost multiple people to suicide. It's one of the most confusing emotions that you can have, because you're angry at the person for leaving you, and then you're like, they were in a bunch of pain. Mm-hmm. And you say, like, get your ego out of it. You know, it's not about you, it's about them. So how could you be mad at them for leaving you? And that's a, you know, great philosophical way of looking at it. But the reality is you are angry at them because they did leave you. Mm-hmm. And then you start looking internally, like, why wasn't I enough to keep them alive? How did I miss this sign? Especially with one of them. I mean, with one of them, she gave, like, all the classic signs. You know what I'm like? Came over, spent like 10 grand on us, and she never did that before. She was like extremely frugal with her money, and she just showed up and spent like 10 grand on us. And I was telling her, like, stop, like, what are you doing? Like, just relax. And she goes, that's why I'm doing this, is because you guys don't ask for it. Everybody always asks me for stuff. You guys never did. And so the signs were there, you know. I remember one particular time we were setting up one of the things that she bought us, like an entertainment center or something. And Zoe had just learned a song, you know, he's got the whole wide world in his hands. And she started singing along, and she started getting emotional singing that song. And I was like, what the hell? And because, like I said, I you know, I'd known her for a while, and she, you know, I mean, typical New York, you know, very hard woman. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that was another one. I don't talk about that incident a lot, but like, she, yeah. So, and then when she left, like every day there was a package at the door. She was just giving away all of her old stuff, and you know, like every day I'd be going off to work, there'd be another package from her, and I still didn't put it together. And then July 5th, you know, I woke up and there was pandemonium in the it was a crazy situation. And, you know, I got my ex on the plane. I sent her down there. I mean, the kids were basically 2, 4, and 5. So they couldn't go. And, you know,
yeah,
I got off with the detective or whatever. And then within an hour, Shorty was in the air, you know, going down there to be with her family. I stayed behind with the kids. And the craziest thing was, I hear a knock on my door, and it's the final package. It was like, but that's exactly how she was, man. She was a very, like, she set the entire thing up. It was it was like a movie. It was just, and I opened up the package, and she's like, yep, by the time you're receiving this, yada, yada, yada. You know, it was unreal. I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it. It's like, how could you, like, I don't know. But it was just me and the kids for a couple days, for like a week. It was kind of funny because, you know, I kept ordering out to eat, and Zoe was like, when is Mom coming back? When is our real parent coming back?
That's funny.
But yeah, that one, man, like, yeah, I don't know. That one, it doesn't matter what anybody says, because there were so many signs that I just completely missed. But
how old were you?
How old? It happened like close to a decade ago, so, you know what I'm saying?
You were in your 20s. You were
28, 29, but
No.
yeah, 28 probably. I don't know. Well, 26. What does it matter? Like, it was.
I just
there.
think, I know that nothing that I say is going to change how you feel about it, but I think that perspective, if there was somebody else in their 20s, like, you know, there's that person that kept like making those bad decisions. Like, we used to do stuff with them, and you're like, they just kept whatever. And then you'll say to yourself, but really, he was in his 20s. Like, he was just a kid. So, I mean, it's not like you're looking at someone like a parent figure. You're not thinking that you're going to have to do that for them, that you're going to have to look out for them in that situation. I know that doesn't, you know, I wish that it brought you comfort. I wish that there was something that I could say that would help.
Yeah, but I mean, I did a lot of thinking about it, you know, and the conclusion I came to was you can look at it like they left you, or you can look at it like they held on as long as they could. You can look at it like you failed them, or you can look at it like you were the reason they stuck around for as long as they did. Mm-hmm. And when I looked at it from that perspective, then it was kind of like, okay, well, yeah, maybe. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
So, but yeah, it's one of those things where if they had a, what's up, Revo? If they had a way to speak to us from wherever they are, they'd say, you know, don't follow this path or whatever. And that's what Lane is saying. I feel like Lane kind of, I don't know if giving up is the right word, but he just consigned himself to, look, this thing's going to kill me. It is what it is. And so he wanted, at some point it appears he wanted to make his music a cautionary tale, whether he did it on purpose, whether it was subconscious, whether it was God. He just wanted to make his whole catalog a precautionary tale because it appears that he knew that he wasn't going to make it, you know, and so
yeah,
you know, it definitely serves that way for sure. And I think there's a lot of people in that band or that are fans of that band that maybe because of the way Lane went out are now, you know, better for it and probably still on the earth because, you know, it was probably the impetus for a lot of people to say, okay, like I gotta change here. Lane gave up the day Demery died. Whatever was left of him was lost. I don't know who Demery is, but
yeah, I think it's, you know, that whole situation.
Demery Parrott. She's a model, artist, and muse, and an amateur actress, girlfriend and later fiance of Lane Staley.
Oh. What happened to her? She passed away?
She died in 1996.
And what happened?
I'm assuming it was an OD, probably. 1969 to 1996. So.
And then what happened to him?
Well, that was his girl. Yeah. Died at 20. There it is, 27.
That's all her stuff?
Due to an overdose. So.
Interesting person.
Yeah, I mean, there you go.
Wow. Yeah, there was a country song that, you know, kind of dealt with the topic and put the babies to bed. Basically about like you left the stage too soon.
Yeah.
In the middle of the song. You left the stage in the middle of the song. And that when I heard that as a teenager, I think that I would agree. I do think that those types of songs can actually be a deterrent for people because you go through the feeling of the song but then you have to think about the reality of how it's going to affect people. You know, I don't think that the people that you know that, you know, that did that realized the full spectrum of all the people that it was going to affect and how deeply it was going to affect them.
No, she did.
And I don't think that I almost think that if it was flipped, maybe that one of them, it wouldn't have happened.
Well, the second one, she was going to do that regardless.
That's what I'm saying. If the second one would have been first and the first one would have been second, then I don't know if she would have done it.
No, that wouldn't have affected her.
Oh, really?
No, she just, I looked at it because we got into her emails after everything happened, and she was just extremely lonely. You know, she was she made her entire life about her daughter, and then her daughter went the way of the world, and she had nothing to show for it. She was really very lonely, and her family they just sucked the life out of her, man. They just sucked the life out of her. And so,
Unreal.
But, the only thing that I can think of, like Danny says, sometimes I wonder if I helped him live a longer life or if I prolonged his suffering. And I can almost certainly say that you were probably a mini oasis in the desert of whatever was fucking him up. Dude.
Yeah.
For sure. And it's like Zombie Holic says, a lot of times when you're that oasis for people, it keeps them alive longer, but then they start getting in their own head and start believing these lies that they're a burden.
Oh.
And so, that narrative, and they don't share that narrative a lot of times. If they share the narrative, it's better. You have a shot. Right. You have a shot at helping them out. Like, Zombie said, tough song. There are many times I told my mom I was better off dead and gone. I felt like a burden to the family. And that's actually a good sign if the person will vocalize that. But this woman would never vocalize that.
It's too bad because it's true. Like, I think almost every person, I mean, I can't speak for everybody, but I think that most people would say, even if the person was a burden, because sometimes people are burdens, but sometimes it's a phase of your life, and there's help out there. There's ways that you can grow. But if you're a burden for a time, like, I'm sure that there's lots of people that would say, I would much rather carry your burden and have you here.
Well, the thing is that, look, if we're scaling some mountain to go to a village, and I packed your pack, your knapsack, whatever it is, full of gold bars to scale that mountain to get to the village, are the gold bars a burden? Absolutely. Would you be the most burdened person climbing up the ridge? Absolutely. You'd also be the richest person in the village by the time you get to the top. So the fact that at times people are burdens to their families or whatever does not mean that automatically means you need to get out. Because if they're carrying you, it means that they're viewing you as the gold bars that enriches their life.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
If they didn't value you, they just get you out of the knapsack and go on in the easy way. But but when you're in that kind of state of mind, people aren't thinking that way. You know what I'm saying?
And sometimes people have bad families.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, there are some people that you're just in a bad family and they feel burdened by you and they don't want anything to do with you and stuff like that. Doesn't mean that you don't have places that you need to grow and ways that you need to change. But, like, there are other people out there, and the world is so big and it's full of so many different people. And there's friendliness out there. There's friends that you can find. There's people that are like you and not like you, and lots of things to explore and find. But sometimes when you're just stuck in the slump of depression, you can't see anything outside of it, and then that's when it's dangerous. Because even if you can see the beauty in sometimes like the other night I said, I just want to see a bunch of stuff. Just show me all the beautiful places in the world. Yeah. And like, you're just sitting there watching this, and we were trying to listen to something, but I kept getting so distracted by thinking, oh my gosh, there's so much out there. There's so many things that I've never seen. And yet you feel like like you have a full life experience when you've experienced so little in comparison to the world. So, friggin', if you're gonna, my thing is, look, if you're gonna end your life and you've lost everything, you're just saying, I'm giving up. Well, put a knapsack on and start trying to trek across the country.
Right.
See how far you get.
What do you have to lose,
like,
right? Yeah, exactly.
If it goes south, it goes south, but at least you know.
That's actually,
so
that's
try
really
something.
Yeah.
And there's all these like stopping points along the way that people, they congregate and you're going to meet new people. And then some of the people are weird, probably weird like you. You'll find somebody.
You'll find your tribe eventually.
Yeah, you will. Just don't give up.
Obviously, this is getting a silent count for me.
Me too.
But
Me too.
A very, very good song and a good message, you know.
Yeah.
You can't go quietly, man. You know, Rage Against the Dying of the Light, I think it is. But you can't go quietly. But shout out to Danny. So yeah, I mean, it was a tough song and a tough background to hear Danny losing his friends,
though.
and that's in that situation, and his grandparents. Rest in peace to them.
His grandparents. I thought it was
his grandfather died.
I thought it was his dad. His father. Yeah, his father
died.
Yeah.
2
his
years
father.
apart.
Yeah.
On his birthday.
I know both of them happened on his birthday, so.
That's just.
I'm glad that you know us and that you've given us a glimpse into your life and shared a bit of yourself with us, and that we were able to, take part in. Wasn't a very happy review. It's like it was a big giant party. Maybe you could throw your underwear like you did in that review at the beginning of the channel. Remember you did that? I was like, why would you do that, Vin? He throws up his butt.
It was the closest thing to me.
Because our studio used to be in our room.
Yeah.
Well, it would just have added a little bit of excitement and silliness to this stream. But we have no underwear to throw, so sorry.
Yeah, that was hilarious. That was hilarious.
Yeah. Yeah.
There you are, dear listener. Vin out.
Sori out.
Go.
Don't go anywhere. We're coming back at you with the beginning of our transatlantic collusion.
It's right up there. What the
I
hell?
know, but I was like, I started to say transatlantic in my mind, and I was like, I must have made that up because that makes it just rhymes too much. So we have everybody
Danny
here
says,
for it.
it's good to talk about things that are hard to talk about. I don't know, but we know we have Middle Earth. Middle Earth, we got to start, buddy.
Yeah, I can see that, Danny. Hey, bring that bratty child in here.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
I wanted to kiss him goodnight.
He's never going to want to go to bed. He's never going to want to go to bed, miss. Don't do it. All right, guys. We shall return. You guys know the deal. Commercial, then we're coming right back for you. We out of here. I'm Vin.
I'm Sori.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch, indeed. What are you supposed to say?
I'm waiting for you to say, and a child shall lead them.
And a child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
And if you do buy our merch, dear listener, we will be showing a picture of you in your sexy goodness.
Yeah.
On the station.
Yep. Speaking of sexy goodness. Middle Earth, you were supposed to send me your size so we could send you that shirt, and you never did.
Never did.
So I'm gonna hold Northern Scoundrel's last song hostage until you send that email. So hopefully you send it by the time we get to song 7.
Perkinos in here. Viva Cristo Rey. Good to see you, Perk.
Look at this. Is that the 3 of them in this picture?
Yeah, it's Mike. It's Mike
so
Franco, Middle Earth, and then Northern Scoundrel. What do you mean?
Yeah.
What do you mean
There they
you
are,
won't
the
lose?
Howling Wolves. Okay, guys, first song on the list is Timeless Splendor by the big homie, Middle Earth. Who the band's name is Stortregn. You know, Vinny and I had a conversation, actually. You didn't say anything negative about this, but I realize whenever I read these bands, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. So I just kind of throw it out there the way I'm reading them. And then I always laugh because it's funny to me how like completely inept I am at reading them. And then I thought, oh no, maybe I'm coming across as one of those Americans that don't care about other people's languages because we're just surrounded by ourselves. So take no offense the way I read the names. I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm just doing the best I can, and I'm laughing at my own inept ability to get what I'm saying.
Okay.
All right, so let's move it forward.
All right. Bradley goes, hello, Christians.
And Adam, sup, fools?
What's good?
Hello,
Davey J in
Christians.
the house. Hello, Christians.
Hello,
Remember
Bradley.
Haas?
Oh, I know. Yeah.
What is it? Hello, atheist.
Hello, atheist. Then he would always say something really horrible to them. He had this like video of this turtle that he saw, and you were like, "Oh, that's so nice, a turtle." And then he made stew out of it.
Yeah,
That's so
yeah.
terrible. He just loves poking people in the eye with salt on his finger.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not enough to just poke him in
shout
the
out-
eye. He
shout out-
needs the salt.
Shout out to Johnny. Shout out to Johnny Haas. Shout out to Johnny Haas. All right. First song is Timeless Splendor by Storter. I think. What are you doing?
I'm getting the timestamp.
Or Stortregn. Anyway, Timeless Splendor. This is the first of many songs by the TransAtlantic Collusion. Collusion. And having said that, dear listener, we're off.
Wow.
Let's go. Timeless Splendor. Let's do it. Okay, we got that going on. Let's go. Let's go. Featuring that bass. Featuring that bass. Let's do it. What an opening salvo from the TransAtlantic Collusion. Coming right out the gate.
Good job, Middle Earth. I like that one.
With the heaviness and the speed.
Yeah. This one changed a bunch of times, too. Hey, whoever's out there, can you shut our door? Did you see him, Orion? He's just standing out there going...
Yeah, it's past your bedtime, you brat. Yeah, man. That was really, really good coming out the gate for the first song.
Yeah.
And you know, I was a little down a little bit because of the last song, the song that we've done before.
Yeah.
So
it was Alice in Chains.
I'm getting a lot better at recovery. It's like, you know what?
Don't follow.
It's a choice. It's a choice. You got to make a decision. You know what I'm saying?
I've been doing that with my stress and my anger. I'm like, okay, I can keep letting this.
Yeah, man.
Or I can just when I drop my thing down the stairs.
This thing is it's pretty rugged though. I ain't gonna lie.
It is, yeah. But I just liked how pretty it was, and then I dented it all up. Anyway, but yeah, a lot of things are about just a decision. How are you gonna look at it? Half full or half empty?
Right.
All right. So this song. I wish that I had like a word for each time that it changed because it went through a lot of different transitions.
Yeah, somebody said it's like listening to 3 songs at once.
Yeah, I agree. Yes, like one of those shows where they keep flipping it, doing the stories within the stories. Okay, yeah, that's a good way of putting it. What was the topic?
Timeless Splendor. It looks like he was dealing with nature itself. Maybe I felt like he was like in the woods and he just got inspired by seeing something. Because he said, carried away by the breath of the wind, the cold, the winter in this timeless splendor. The limbs are shaking like a scarecrow attacked by ravens, the crust of the trunks crumbling piece by piece. So that's a tree.
Yeah, but
right?
If it's crumbling piece by piece, maybe it's a very bad storm.
Yeah, and maybe it's under the ice, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Far sinks below the waves of human chaos, captives under the oppressive grip of a ruthless nature. We were listening to Castrip yesterday, and he was talking about nature. I mean, is an aspect of nature that's a little bit too hokey to talk about in this particular review. But he was just talking about the forces of nature. Like you don't judge a tornado. You don't say that was a morally bad tornado. Like nature is what it is.
Yeah.
And it's almost omnipotent in the sense that we can't stop it. You know, especially in tornadoes. I mean, if you get a good tornado, we're in 2022. It's not like we've invented anything that can deal with a tornado. The best bet you have is just to hide. Which is why, you know, ancient peoples deified nature, because it was, you were so dependent on it, and you were also, you know, at its mercy as far as, hey, if the earth is going to quake, it's going to quake, man. If there's going to be a hurricane or a tsunami, that's going to happen, bro. Period. And if you wanted your crops, nature had to come through for you, and if you didn't, you were screwed. So it makes sense why ancient people would deify nature, because it's like it says,
especially the sun. That one makes the most sense
ruthless.
to me. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, the sun as far as provision goes, but like the sun isn't like going to kill you. Not in the ancient world, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't like a tornado will kill you. A hurricane will kill you.
No, the sun will kill you too if you stay out in it too long.
Yeah, I mean, ancient people weren't worried about that, though. They weren't worried about getting killed. And that hurts.
I don't know. I'm coming from my
that
people's
hurts
perspective.
you guys. The original man wasn't too concerned about being out in the sun and catching.
Yeah, sometimes I do feel like, okay, you don't know how much I'm suffering in this sun right now. We're outside and it's super hot.
I don't know how much. Well, it's funny because when I first came up here, you know, to Maine.
Yeah, but you don't look like you're suffering in the cold either.
We're going out to the beach or whatever. I'm saying the beach. There are no real beaches in Maine. Don't listen to these lies. They're kiddie pools or whatever.
Oh, boy.
Stagnant water that's whatever.
Jeez.
I mean,
he's kind of right. You're kind of right. I think that the experience of the Maine beach is still...
Okay, let me put
It's
this
so
way. These
cold,
people
though.
said, let's go to the beach, okay?
But they brought him to a pond. That's not the
and
same.
we pulled into
though.
the beach,
It's
and
not.
the beach was called Rang Pond.
It's a pond.
I said, what the hell? I said, where's the beach? They're like, that's right here. But, like, this lady was, like, lathering on 19 layers of sunblock onto their kid. And they're like, do you want any? And I'm like, what? I'm like, nah, I think
Do you
we're
want
okay.
any? Yeah,
I think we're all right. I think we're going to be all right.
Well, we don't know anything about that because the same thing happened. Your ex-wife at the time was over at my house, and all your kids were running around, and I was lathering up Sayla with all kinds of that.
Yeah.
And I said, do you want to use some for your kids? And she looked at me like I was weird, and she said no. And I said, she's just lazy.
Yeah,
I didn't know that they don't need it. They don't need it. Although,
I was in Jamaica one time and I got really bad sunburn.
If you're trying to protect your skin, you probably need to protect your skin even if you don't get burned.
I got sunburned really bad one time in Jamaica, really, really bad. But like, as far as like the whole
right here, would this be a good one?
What?
Rang Pond or this
Stop.
right here. Yes,
Stop.
Please, babe. They need to see this.
This is the beach.
Yeah,
When these people listen, we're about to show it to you guys. When these people talk about going to the beach, this is a place that they're talking about. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Oh no! Okay, here it is, babe. I'm airdropping it. You ready?
Ridiculous.
Here it comes.
Anti-Mod's Beast in the house.
Right there, babe. Take that. Accept it before it goes away.
I will accept it. What do you want me to do? Okay,
I want you to click it before it disappears.
I accepted it.
Okay, show our friends.
It's downloading right now. Good
Downloading?
Lord. Yeah, you have
Okay.
to download it. Just
Yeah,
like
it just
anything
seems
else.
like it should be faster than
So
that.
they're like, yo, we're going to the beach. This is the beach. That's the beach.
It's a pond.
It's a freaking pond, bro. Lathering up all that sunscreen. That shit was trash, bro. Period.
Anyway.
Okay, so
he's in the
lyrically-
elements.
Yeah, I think lyrically he's just talking about nature. So he talks about the captives under the oppressive grip of a ruthless nature.
What's the dark secrets of
Gaia?
Yeah. What
So Gaia is Mother Earth, right?
is it?
Yeah, like that's Gaia is like the name for Mother Earth.
I like that.
Yeah.
I've heard you talk about it before, but
So the dark forest in its pure quintessence reveals the dark secrets of Gaia, because the deeper, but you know, it was like that documentary I was talking to you about with not the squid, but the octopus. My octopus teacher.
It was a documentary about
and
the life of this octopus.
It was I think a guy's in Australia or whatever, but whatever it was, he found this like little ocean beachy type thing, and he would just go down there, and he was like snorkeling. He wasn't doing the scuba thing, which I'm like, why didn't you do the scuba thing? Because he basically makes friends with this octopus, and then he's got to go back up to take a breath and then come back down. But it was basically like the way he described it. Like, yeah, it was like a forest, because he had these like trees and plants or whatever that was underwater.
Wait, he'd only go down? He'd hold his own personal breath and go down?
He was snorkeling up top, and then he'd go down, and then he'd have a camera, like a GoPro.
Oh, so he did have some sort of oxygen.
Yeah, but it was snorkeling. You know, like when you have the thing and it sticks out of the water.
Well, yeah. I mean,
yeah, but it wasn't a scuba thing. But anyway, he was in this like underwater forest. It was ridiculously and very, very beautiful. And like he said, he could choose to be like at the top surface, or he could go down. He was like, it was like flying, because it was like a forest, but he was underwater. It was absolutely amazing.
Wow.
And he showed these little, I don't know if they're squid or octopi babies. I guess they can like produce like 100,000 of them or something. Like, it was a ridiculous number, but they were clear. So you had these little clear octopus things just like hitting your camera and all this.
Was it gross?
No, it was
okay,
like
wait, would
stars.
I think it was cute?
I don't know if you would think it was cute. I don't know what you would think of it. But
I looked up baby octopus, and I think they're all cooked in a plate.
It was like shooting stars is what I'm saying. It was just unbelievable,
really?
like amazing beauty.
Like this.
And I just thought to myself, like, yeah, but it wasn't. It was like, they were in the water.
Oh, yeah. No, but I see that it's clear right here.
It was like so many of them, and it was just amazing to look at. And it's like, damn, that's been going on.
And you had no freaking clue about it.
We've never experienced it. Most of us have never experienced it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was unbelievable to see that, and to see like all those. Yeah, like nature has a bunch of secrets, man. Like, obviously, off in some crazy galaxy somewhere, there's a ridiculously amazing star system. But even in the Earth,
there's so much.
So many things in nature, and also in on land, forests.
And not even just on the land, just in your own body. There's so much stuff we still don't know.
Oh yeah, I know. It's unbelievable. And so like we talked about this yesterday with like people destroying the earth or whatever. And the balance between human ingenuity and the Dominion mandate to, dominate the world, dominate the earth. And at the same time our responsibility to take care of the earth.
Yep.
That's one of the things that kind of holds me back. Like, there's so many things about nature that we don't know about yet before we go and start clear cutting these forests, or like, creating these dams and diverting these waterways or whatever. At the end of the movie, they show that he no longer swims by himself. He's got like a little crew, and they go down and dive with him. It's pretty awesome. And then like their job is to basically preserve it and try to keep it.
Aww.
You know what I'm saying? Like, keep the capitalists away from it, basically, from ruining it. Because it's beautiful. That place was unbelievably beautiful.
I'd like to see that.
In the most absolute submission, there remains just shells devoid of life. Even souls will never find rest and shall fall into oblivion. Beyond the insolence of this delicate nature. That was, it seems to me, like a combination of the natural world and like the spiritual world a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because when he talks about like absolute
secrets.
submission to maybe to the power of nature, to where they are, and saying, okay, like, you got it. Like, at the end of the day, nature is still going to destroy you.
Yeah.
So whether you're fighting against it or not, nature's still going to destroy you. And then it says, even souls will never find rest. They'll just go into oblivion, which I'm assuming that he's taking the the metaphor of how unconquerable and ruthless nature is, and also taking that into the spiritual world as well. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I think, remember that there used to be, what was it, storm chasers or something? People would get in their trucks. And I mean, maybe they still have them, but like, I remember when we were kids, and if you saw something like that, it was like, because there was no YouTube, people didn't have camera phones and all that. So the only time you saw that was if a professional got it on camera. So seeing that, like, storm chasers.
Oh, yeah.
And those kinds of things, like just the elements taking over, and the person thinks that they're in a good spot, and then all of a sudden the storm turns, and they're not in a good spot anymore. Just the way that it can be ruthless. Nature can be very ruthless. I really find that line to be, even souls will never find rest. I think a lot about peace and a lot about rest. Like there's those weird sayings that when you're a kid, you're like, bah. But then as you grow older, it's like, there was one about health. Like, if you haven't got your health, you haven't got anything. Stuff like that. Like when you're a kid, you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Get out of here. But now that you're an adult, you're like, no, really, like, I was just reading this girl, her knees are so bad off. She said she's been falling apart since she was 12. She's my age or a year younger than me. So I'm at the gym and I'm like lifting some weights, and you got to use your knees. You got to use your legs. I'm on the elliptical. Everything that I'm doing, I'm like, this girl can't do any of this stuff.
Well, she could.
Well, granted, she's made not good choices for her body.
Correct.
And she could turn that around now before it's too far late. But just how I can't remember where I was going with that saying. Just the sayings that you think are just worthless. Same thing with peace and rest. Like when I was a teenager, I didn't really think a whole lot about peace and rest. I mean, I think that my soul longed for like a certain sort of rest, but I would get that when I was spending time with God, I felt, in prayer or whatever.
Yeah.
But the older that I get, the more and I've said this a bunch of times on the channel, like there is no price tag on feeling peace and feeling rest. If you don't have peace and you don't have rest and you're just full of angst, I think that if people could pay a dollar amount to get peace, a lot of people would buy it.
Forget it. What do you mean?
Let's find a way to package it, babe. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
That would be so immoral to sell.
I know. You can't have peace unless you buy Vin and Sori's product.
Peace sells.
Peace sells. I gave it a 3.
I
really enjoyed this one. This is a 9.8 for me. And I'm not like this vocal style type of person, so I think that they really did a good job. It's a 9.8.
I agree with that.
Oh, really?
This is a 9.4 for me.
Oh.
They did a really, really good job. I also like that middle where they featured the bass. Anytime a band can feature the bass, I respect it. Because I find it very, 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 very hard to make the bass attractive. Because I'm a guitarist. That's it. Okay.
All right.
Having said that, dear listener, shout out to
our Cheryl sucks.
Columbine Murders.
I'm just kidding.
Man.
Did you see our Cheryl?
That name is always crazy to me.
I know.
They always say what's up. All right, guys. We got more goodness coming for you very, very soon. If you're in the stream, if you're a square in your regular YouTube world, nothing can be done for you. Vin out.
Sorry out.
Gone.
That's why I said he's trash.
What happened?
Our Cheryl. I was like, our Cheryl's trash.
I will not be responding while I go take care of some housework. But fear not, I'm listening with my earbuds in. Don't talk trash about me. All right, guys. We're coming to the very next song. Commercial break. You know how that go. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the filthy capitalist option. As Sori says, $125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. $125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review.
A positive review.
Get what you get.
It's just Rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord,
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
and they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed.
And
child should lead them.
To buy our merch, we are doing a DJ stream, everybody, which, you know, those of you who are here know about it already. But those of you who are not are probably wondering what the heck's going on. We're doing a DJ stream. That means this time we have 3 big homies. Middle-earth, Mike Franco, DJ Mike Franco, and DJ Northern Scoundrel. They have picked all the songs on our list tonight. If you're interested in doing that, watch the commercial.
So Tina's recovered
Oh, good.
from COVID.
Good,
So that's good.
Tina. It's a long haul. Glad you're feeling better.
Can you taste stuff yet? Because you know she's a chef.
I know. How are you going to do that if you can't taste?
I know.
Okay, next up on our song list is Spectral, Black Viking Power. This is the second song picked by Middle-earth. So let's...
Black Viking Power by the band Spectral.
Yeah, and I don't think he had anything to say, so...
There's no intro for that one?
Huh?
She never lost taste or smell, you lucky bastard.
God gave you something special there.
All right, guys, here we go. Black Viking Power. Go! Okay. Sounds ominous. Alrighty then. That was legit.
Yeah. It was very fast. It was Black Viking power, right?
Yeah.
Interesting.
What? First of all, this is
Black
a second.
are our hearts.
This is a second song. This is a second song that we listened to. It's very, very upbeat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, sonically.
Sonically.
The topic, though, is a little dark.
Yeah, I mean.
But I don't know, Vin, maybe that sounds like uplifting to you.
Yeah, I know. That's,
We're not sure. Where are you today?
it's a serious problem that I have.
Yeah. With power and wrath we strike. Black are our hearts. We're praying for vengeance, baptized in blood. Death to our enemies. Their blood will be our wine. You know, it kind of sounds like a psalm.
What do you mean?
You know, when they had those songs, what are the psalms called, where they would pray bad things on
an
their
imprecatory
enemies?
psalm.
Yeah, doesn't it sound like one? Death to our enemies. Their blood will be our wine. We raise the horns under our...
yeah,
well, I guess not the F word in there, but...
Well, their blood will be our wine doesn't sound anything like a psalmist would say either.
It doesn't?
No. There's not one single psalm where they talked about drinking the blood of their enemies.
Well, it just sounds like something that would be
It's
like...
unclean. They wouldn't even eat the blood of
Yeah,
their
I know,
enemies.
but yeah, that's true. But you get the spirit of it. I don't think they literally want to drink these people's blood either.
I think they do.
Okay, that's gross.
I think they do.
Somebody said in one of the comments, they're like, I don't understand. How come every time there's a song about sex, you guys look so uncomfortable? You have 6 kids. Just the uncomfortable topic of drinking blood. So anyway.
Yeah, I'm not a... There's...
It's the idea that you're talking about it publicly and people are making a whole song about it.
Well, I'm not comfortable about that. I mean...
You're not comfortable about that?
I'm not uncomfortable talking about people drinking it.
Oh,
I'm just saying, I don't think you wouldn't find that in the Psalms.
No,
There's
but
nothing even close to
you
that
know,
in the
the
Psalms.
topic of wine, the topic of blood. They talked about bashing the children's against the
Yeah,
children.
that wasn't an imprecatory. Well,
What was
it wasn't
that?
an imprecatory song. Happy is he. Oh, Babylon, happy is he who dashes your babies against the stone.
But there's other ones where they actually pray that bad stuff would happen to them.
Yeah, I'm just saying that they would never say we will drink our enemy's blood.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
all I'm
just
saying.
down to the minutia of that. Yeah, because they didn't. Yeah, they wouldn't have drank blood. But anyway, just carry on, Vin. I can see.
You can see what?
that you're not going to see where I'm coming from on this one.
Well, if you're talking about like,
I'm not talking about the literal details of it, but just the idea, like the vengeance and the when they were angry. Fire burns in our hearts, the fire of Black Viking power, which burns forever and ever.
Well, I was listening to this thing about Jordan Peterson. He was talking about meekness, and he was
Gross, Dwayne.
Huh?
I just said gross, Dwayne. Go ahead.
Well, what did Dwayne say?
The blood is high in cholesterol.
Is it?
I don't know. It's just a disgusting thought, but carry on.
Well,
So
there is
Jordan Peterson.
there is Revelation where it says.
Don't forget what Jordan Peterson said. I'm very interested.
In Revelation, it says that that Babylon was drunk on the blood of the saints and the martyrs, and then in the song where the angels are singing and praising God for bringing judgment on Babylon, it said something to the effect of she's shed others' blood, so you gave her blood to drink. So she's drinking. She has to drink her own blood. Mm-hmm. The good guys never drink the bad guy's blood. The only blood we drink is Jesus' blood. Mm-hmm. That's why that's why I was camping out on that, because it's a very, very, very specific.
Yeah, I totally can see why you did that.
John 6, he says, "Drink my blood."
Yeah, but he didn't literally mean drink his blood.
Well, he spiritually meant it.
Right.
And I don't think it's talking about communion wine either.
Oh.
I don't think he's talking about communion.
Well, what do you think he means?
I think it's talking about gaining your spiritual sustenance based on what he did for you on the cross. That's not the same as.
Oh boy! Wow, that's
blood.
Yeah. I bet you're right.
So that's why I
think about that one later.
But yeah, I mean, there's some pretty grody stuff in the Bible. I mean, look, Jesus is pictured as being completely covered in blood. Mm-hmm. Who is this? It comes from Bozrah.
Yeah.
Edom or whatever, and it's.
Is that the one where it's up to the bride?
Yeah, he was. Here, I'll show you.
See, if honestly, goodness, babe, I would never bring these passages up if you weren't here.
The Lord's Day of Vengeance. The Lord's Day of Vengeance here.
I would never talk about these passages before, but being with
What do
you,
you
I'm
mean
like,
you'd never talk about it?
we would seem really reckless to bring
They're
up a
there.
passage like that. I know, but I wouldn't talk about it because I couldn't.
Okay, now Christians believe that this is actually talking about Jesus because it gets used again in Revelation chapter 19. So it says, "Who is this who comes to meet it in crimson garments of Bozrah? He who is splendid in his apparel, marching in the greatness of his strength. It is I, speaking in righteousness, mighty to save. Why is your apparel red and your garments like he who treads a winepress? I have trodden the winepress alone." That's some gangster shit. I took on an entire army by myself. And from the peoples, no one was with me. I trod them in my anger and trampled them in my wrath. Their lifeblood spattered on my garments and stained all my apparel. For the day of vengeance was in my heart, and my year of redemption had come. I looked, and there was no one to help. I was appalled, but there was no one to uphold. So my own arm brought me salvation, and my wrath upheld me. So, and again, in Revelation 19, it directly draws from that text to speak specifically about Jesus. Mm-hmm. So, Christians believe that that's Jesus talking. And he's like, yo, I fucked these people up so bad.
I know.
That I'm covered in their blood. Like, so I'm not mad at the Vikings, man. You know what I'm saying? Like it is like he's talking about the day of vengeance. I'm not mad at him either because in the song it talks about the day of vengeance right there, paying for vengeance, baptized in blood, death to our enemies, blood will be wine, winepress of the wrath of God.
I mean, the way that things were handled back then, I mean, I'm sure there's all kinds of chaos that happens now, but when your village got overtaken and then they killed all the men and they took the women and they, so let's say you were out, you and a couple guys were on some, you guys are going to cut down some animal to bring it home for everybody to eat, and like the village got overtaken and you guys came back and you were going for vengeance. I mean, yeah, and we got kidnapped.
Vikings didn't even make the playoffs. Yeah, but look.
Yeah, how come they didn't last long? What happened?
How come who didn't last long?
The Vikings. What happened to them?
I mean, they lasted for quite some time.
Well, okay, but in the grand scheme of
technology,
history,
they just ran into superior technology.
That's what it was. It's technology. That's unfortunate.
They extended themselves too far. They were very aggressive people.
Yeah, they should have.
You can't keep robbing and stealing people's shit. People are going to get at you. But
well, that's not really true. I mean, America's been doing that forever.
Yeah, we got all the technology.
It's true.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm watching that stuff with the kids, the History Channel. Americans are.
Yeah, like we're ruthless.
Yeah, and it's a little bit uncomfortable sometimes watching it.
It's a little bit uncomfortable
when we're in a mixed crowd. You know what I mean? Like.
What do you mean?
Well, because I've got black children and I'm white, and so something that I wouldn't have even noticed years ago, now all of a sudden I'm like, holy shit. Well, they were talking about when they were deciding between Canada and America where the line was going to be, and there was like a lot of fighting that happened over that line.
Yeah.
And the maps getting misdrawn and just everything, all the chaos. I don't think
that's something to really be cringy about. That's the story of the world.
Yeah, I know. But then they were saying they were saying we have to advance or something. But basically, like the author of the little thing was like, well, we're not talking about white people. So then they were like, yay! Because now they could just go overtake them because it wasn't white people over there. So let's just go take all their shit. I was like,
the Viking Age came to an end because of Christianity. Well,
is that true?
Well, Christian Europe overcame them, but again, as we said in the other review, the Vikings were horrible people. The people also that conquered them were also horrible people. But,
yeah,
that's why I said like the black-white thing. I mean, it really doesn't matter. You can't cringe over that because there have always been. That's the story of humanity. We kill each other for resources and lands and borders and all the rest of it.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, but it's still.
But you have to see. This is the thing. Like in a world where you have injustice. Mm-hmm. People think that vengeance or anger in response to injustice is bad, which is why yesterday we celebrated MLK Day and there's no Malcolm X Day. Mm-hmm. Because it's not because white America loved MLK. MLK had a 75% disapproval rate in white America when he died.
Yep.
Our good friend Tim LaHaye didn't even want his death mourned or recognized. Shout out to Tim LaHaye.
Shout out to
It's
him.
because Martin had a non-violent approach to injustice, and Malcolm had a any means necessary,
Yep.
which is obviously more American. I have the right to my Second Amendment rights, yada yada yada.
Yeah, and I think that he
So if
could
you
read
come
the
over
cards.
here, if you come over here, we're killing shit.
It's not, nothing was changing. Things weren't going anywhere. The acts of violence that were being done against the black community was outrageous, the way that things were going. And so I think that Malcolm just said, you know what? This is the only way forward.
Well, again,
How did the Americans gain their freedom from Britain?
Malcolm wasn't talking about positive violence. He was talking about defensive violence. He was saying,
That's even more fair.
if you guys come over here, we're
Yeah,
not
don't-
gonna
yeah.
we're not gonna let y'all do the fire hose and great German Shepherd thing. Y'all gonna die.
Mm-hmm.
So America cannot put that guy up as a you know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
But and Malcolm never killed anybody, but he was more any means necessary, whereas Martin was more
Yeah.
Christ-like in that regard.
Yeah.
But when you're faced with injustice, Martin, don't get it twisted, Martin had wrath as well. He was angry as well. It's just what you do with the wrath and how that wrath manifests itself in the real world is a differentiator. But people think that if you're angry or you want justice or you want the score settled, that's always a bad emotion. But just like with any emotion, if you camp out on that negative emotion, it becomes unhealthy.
Mm-hmm.
But if you ignore that, quote, negative emotion, it also becomes unhealthy.
Yep.
The fact of the matter is human beings were very complacent beings. And so God gives us these extreme emotions to give us the energy necessary for us to accomplish certain feats.
Mm-hmm.
And resisting violent people or unjust people.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes there's that. Saul's a perfect example where he was so afraid that he didn't want to be anointed king.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was the Midianites or whatever came after them, and it said the Spirit of the Lord entered into Saul and he was filled with wrath. So in that situation, the Holy Spirit filled him with wrath,
Yep.
and that's what gave him the power to overcome the fear to go after
Yep.
the Midianites and do what he had to do. So now, you should be filled with wrath when listen, man. When I hear about, when I see a doctor say, "Oh yeah, I know I'm killing a baby, but fuck it, I don't care.
Right.
I'm getting $10,000 in abortion."
Yeah.
I'm filled with wrath.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
that wrath makes it so that I will say shit on camera that I know is unpopular.
Right.
That
Facts.
will cost me money and friends.
Facts.
And I don't give a fuck.
Right. Yeah.
Because
no, I'm with it.
I'm not
with
here. I'm not here to make friends with anybody who's cool with that.
Right. Well, and the other thing too is that when you're at the receiving end of injustice and somebody expresses anger toward whatever was going on toward you, that is such a feeling of healing for you, And then in this situation, like the voices of these children are completely silenced, so they don't get to feel the good feelings of someone's justifiable wrath toward their destruction. So I think that, if whatever this world is in comparison to the next, like when we meet those children, they're going to be, I really firmly believe that those children are going to say thank you for saying something.
100%.
For
100%.
being that voice for me, because I know that, being a woman in America and being underneath, you've got the patriarchal system, you've got, just the way that women and like sexual assault stuff is handled. Like, I have a friend that she's been going through the ringer. The situation it's intolerable that the situation is just so painful. And hearing her going down everything that went on and the way that it's just a slap on the wrist. It's
I was really surprised that Europe
no
handled
big
it that
thing.
way.
It was Canada, I thought.
Is this the one that used to teach you?
Yeah.
Isn't she in Ireland right now?
I think you're saying way too much stuff online. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But that what's going on there is just absolutely freaking insane. And like, there has to be, but when people are the voices, when different people stand up and say, hey, this is wrong, like, it's helpful to people. So, I can't imagine if every single time a woman was assaulted, she was also killed. And then there was no voice, no justice, no anger, no nothing. They were just forgotten and shoved to the back. And then all you had was just the people shouting the fact that they killed them. And yes, I you got people shouting their abortions and stuff like that. If that was going on for these women, like, no way. We're going to speak for that. We're absolutely going to speak for that. These children need to be heard.
Well, it's the same thing with these Down syndrome babies basically being eugenically cleansed from, I think it was like Greenland or whatever. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Like,
oh, yeah.
Like that's like...
I thought it was Finland, but it doesn't matter.
Wherever it is. Like, that shit is crazy. And we just...
Yeah.
I'm not going to not talk about that because some people on YouTube are going to dislike you.
Right.
Are you serious?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. No way. No way.
I'm also not going to stop talking about it if a little thing like an arrest is threatened on me either.
Right.
I don't care.
It's happened before.
It's happened before. Yeah, and I'll sit the deposition. I don't give a fuck. Because, look, man, in 20 to 30 years, when all that shit is over,
yep,
and it's illegal and it becomes unthinkable to the next generation, I'm not even talking about the eschaton in the final judgment when those kids say thank you. I got to look my grandkids in the eye.
Exactly.
And they're going to say, what the hell did you do, bro?
Yeah.
And I'll say, here is this... a circuit court document. I put in work. Mm-hmm. We put in work. Mm-hmm. So you, nope. I'm not going to be that guy. And so of course, there's always going to be a latent anger underneath when you're dealing with injustice. The issue is now that Jesus has come, how does that manifest? And obviously, as a Christian, you're not supposed to take up arms against your enemies. So, but you cannot deny that you're angry. Mm-hmm. You can't deny that you're angry and that you want the book settled. Mm-hmm. You can't deny that, because if you do, it's just as bad as like living in it. Mm-hmm. And I think for these guys, look, man, they were in a context where, however the Vikings got in there, or whatever the circumstances that were led up to it, the fact of the matter is they were in a situation it was kill or be killed at that point.
Yep.
Right. So whether or not they were at fault is not really the focus of the song from my vantage point. What's the focus of the song for me is when you're in those situations, you have to almost consult your shadow.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You have to kind of switch roles and let your shadow self take over and whatever, and then switch back. The problem is, especially in modern warfare, it's very hard to switch back, because you jump on an AC-130, you land in Ramstein, then you go home if you get injured or whatever. And it's literally, you could be home in 3 to 5 days, whereas these guys, you had a long sort
journey
of trek
back to kind of reset,
and you were with all your guys, and so you could mourn your dead and all the rest of it. You come back, you still come back as a different person.
Right.
You still come back as a different person.
Yeah, but I bet you anything that there was a lot more therapy in that. Not like, oh, this is therapy, we're gonna sit down and we're gonna ask questions, but just you're with the guys, and the guy, maybe not, maybe they all just clammed up and didn't talk about it, and it was just raw. I don't know, but they're also, maybe there was that. Was there? It's going to take freaking so long to float back across that water to get back home.
Yeah.
A lot of conversations about how people were feeling. And it's not like you're going to hide it. You're on a freaking little boat.
Yeah.
If you're troubled, they're going to see it. So maybe people were better for that, being able to be in close quarters together.
Yeah. Tom Brady sold his soul to the devil. That's clear.
Oh, good.
I don't know.
Davey. I bet you are, Davey. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's difficult. What do you
take whatever help you can get. I like this. I'm always going to be a sucker for Viking songs. Go ahead. Let me, because I'm thinking. I'm processing all the different. Checking off all.
This is another 9.3 for me.
Oh wow, 9.2. I was going to go with a 9.2. So it's close.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
For a second there, I thought you were going with a 9.2 with me. All right. Well, there you have it.
Well, and you gave it a what?
9.2.
9.2. Okay. There you are, dear listener.
So loud.
If you are in regular YouTube land, you're a square. We'll meet you again at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah.
If you are doing the right thing and being in the live stream, we're coming right back at you with more metal goodness from the freaking TransAtlantic Collusion. Vin out.
Sorry out.
Go. Deep. And commercial time. We'll go back. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the filthy capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull
You
that
can
off.
also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive
you
review.
A positive review.
Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord,
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
and they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Buy our merch!
Merch.
Okay, dear listener. This is, yes, thanks to the DJs. All hail the DJs. Shout out to Vicarious Jambi. All hail Mr. Jambi. Skull, butter.
All right, you guys. Next up on our DJ stream is a band and a title that Vinny's going to read. Go ahead, Vinny.
Catamenia-Soror Mystica.
Boom. This one is for, obviously, we're doing the TransAtlantic Collusion, but this happens to be way in the back here, Mike Franco's pick.
Yeah, that's Mikey. Shout out to the big homie. Okay.
Big homie DJ Mike.
Big homie DJ Mike Franco. This is a
vape. I don't know if that's what the vape guy. I don't know if that's where they want us to go with it, but that would be fun. We'd have to pick which one was the best out of the 3 of them tonight. Ooh, that could be toxic.
Here's Jamie. Are we listening to some ridiculous monotonal crap today with people wearing cuckoo clocks on their heads? Shut up, Jamie. Jamie's not a fan of Portal, I see.
You have to remind me of my conversation that I had earlier today. It's totally reckless.
All right, here we go. Soror Mystica. Let's do it. I'm feeling this. Is that a girl singer? These guys are a black metal band.
They have to be. I was in like Dracula's castle. The way that it kept like, you know.
Really? I felt more of a Cradle of Filth type vibe for these guys.
Oh, well, I mean, I'm saying Dracula. I'm just saying like that type of.
Oh, I see.
Babe, we're always like talking about different things when we're saying the same thing.
Do you ever play the game Castlevania?
No.
Yeah, there's no way. I shouldn't even ask.
You're talking to me.
Ask the question.
Yeah.
Castlevania was as satanic as a video game as our mother would let us play.
I know about Transylvania.
Actually, she never let us play Castlevania, but our friend had a Game Boy.
And you did it.
And he had... No, I never even asked her. I never even brought it up because I knew she'd say no.
So your friend had the Game Boy? Did you play... So you never played it?
Yeah, I played it.
You did play it?
Yeah, for sure.
Uh-huh.
I was always drawn to like that dark shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
yeah.
You know.
Well, that explains a lot.
What do you mean?
I've always been wondering why you married her before me.
Not that dark. Holy shit.
Well, maybe it was unexpectedly. You're like, this is going down darker than I thought. Okay. Yeah, I liked it. Had that dun, 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 you know, like if you were playing like an organ in one of those places, like I liked the feel of it. I'm gonna pull up the lyrics here.
The lyrics are right there.
What we're singing about.
Under Black, this I feel like is a sort of a concept. So, Soror Mystica. So that's Soror, where actually you got your name from, is Latin for sister, right? Mm-hmm. And then Mystica would be. So mystical sister is what I would.
Cool.
You know them like them cults. They'll say sister this, brother that, yada yada yada.
I mean, do a lot of cults do that?
Yeah.
That's so scary. That's what my college was doing. I wasn't tipped off. I remember people saying, "What? You have to call them sister and brother?" I'm like, "Yeah, but it's just like a friendly thing. Like they're your sister, your brother." But there was a hierarchy. I just didn't want to tell people that because it just looked too bad.
What, you told people there was no hierarchy?
Well, yeah, I tried to make it look like, well, no, it's just like because we're brothers and sisters in the Lord, and so we call each other sister. But it wasn't like when you said it, sister, brother. It wasn't.
You're talking about Sister Catherine or whatever?
Yeah, or whoever else.
Okay.
Under black moon, flame to fire. Whoops, I don't know if I was kind of.
Like the storm.
The time.
All dreams have gone, and the time of might has dawned. As the stars, she shines in the darkest sky. See? Mm-hmm. She's like the focal point. Fiery hearts of mountains throbbed, oceans ran, shores wept alone, paths misguided. I can't stand when people do shit.
Yeah, I know. I don't like that either because it's
I feel like it's unnecessary.
Yeah, I agree.
Until the silence dropped on its knees, Soror Mystica. They laid their gazes to the ground at the ancient graves of time, and mountains embraced them. Ceased all the changes made. See, I feel like that's a reference to something earlier on in the song that we're not... You know what I'm saying?
On the album, yeah.
Under 1,000 stars, distinguished a fire, took the blackened throat of flame. We cry for emptiness. We cry for coldness. When it says for here, I don't think it's...
as they were longing for it, but rather...
Because of.
Because of, yeah.
Is that the true brain? Okay, open it, and open it, please.
When you get done, honey, can you bring a CHR plate of food? So you think that this is about... Do you think that this is about like a mystical person that...
Yeah, it looks like there's like a little mystical cult, and they're trying to like draw up this mystical sister.
To rise her up? To like... she's
like
conjure her?
Yeah, like, I think, they're trying to conjure her up or whatever, it looks like. Because it says, under a black moon, flame to fire, like storm, etc. And then, and as a star, she shines in a darkest sky. So she's, whatever, they're conjuring her or whatever.
Yeah.
We cry, and I'm saying, because of emptiness, because of coldness, still is the sky, motionless, why? But in the mist,
she's not coming.
Under burning streams, smiles with the mask of death on her face,
She's
believing and giving to the darkness the strength. And then it goes back to the chorus. And then I think the last...
So she does. So
yeah,
she
the last line...
Hey, are you taking this right now?
Yeah. Yes, I am.
Guess you're not gonna sleep.
Yes, I am. No, I'm not going to sleep. Oh, by the way, guys, I definitely have a what do you call it?
Stream.
Insomnia stream coming on tonight. So there's also that. Yeah. So it looks like that's what's going on in this situation. They're basically conjured up this lady, and now she's just risen from the thingy, and they're about to go do some demonic shit. But again, I don't know how much this is connected to the songs before it and after it. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, well, is it possible that they're summoning winter? Because it's eternal winter's prophecy. I don't know if it's like.
I don't know that they're summoning winter, but
maybe not.
And then
I don't know. We cry for emptiness, we cry for coldness. Still is the sky motionless. Why? But in the midst under the burning.
Yeah, I think she can only be conjured up during the winter's months. I think.
Yeah.
I think it's probably like a fantasy type thing where
they laid their what?
Huh?
Oh, their gaze is to the ground. Okay.
Well,
also, it just kind of keeps repeating itself.
Well, yeah, but again, it's probably a concept record. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, this one is. Wait a minute. Why is it not on there? Oh, that's the best albums of 2016. Does this show this right here? Song 2 out of 11 songs.
Right.
So, look, they have one, The Darkening Sun.
Yeah, I think, and then Eternal Winter's Prophecy.
Okay, so I missed that.
So
That's
I think
another song.
It's just maybe they're trying to get to an eternal winter or whatever. Maybe this group of people in this cult, and they're trying to rise this lady up or whatever. And then that's that. What did you think about the music?
Wait a minute. This was the one that sounded like Dracula's castle?
Yeah.
Yeah, there was like a gap in there between when he came in here with all these drinks and well, I liked it. I liked this. I like that kind of creepy sort of sound, but like that rising sound. The sound that I think that if a dark cathedral had a sound, it would be this. That sort of rising in the middle. Not just in the middle, but like as it progressed, like the whole thing.
You know what I always think? I wonder how many times it's happened where people are like, oh, it would be cool to start a little coven. Like amateur people who really don't know what they're doing. They got some shit online and, they want to just be cool.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so one of them gets some enchantment or incantation or something, and they get their friends and they go deep into the woods and they circle around and they do, whatever.
Yep.
And like some shit really happens.
Yeah.
Like I wonder... I'm almost certain, I'm like 99.99999% certain that that's happened with people.
Oh, I'm sure. I mean...
And I would just like to be in a fly on the wall and like, just see that shit happen. Just to see the looks on their faces. You know what I'm saying? It's like in the Bible where Saul was calling up Samuel, the witch of Endor.
Yeah.
And then when Samuel showed up, she was scared to death. She was like, ah!
Yeah.
And one of the commentators said, basically... this witch was full of shit. She never did anything supernatural. And then one time this shit happened, she was surprised. That shows you that she was full of shit.
Oh, man.
but like, I just wonder sometimes, like, because obviously we believe, I call them dark intelligences or whatever. Castrop called it Diamond, which is very interesting. He's got this
ruthless
other
character.
other person that is
not very kind.
Sentient and has plans and designs and is rational and can be negotiated.
But does not have his best interest at heart.
No. But just sees him as a tool.
Right.
And Bernardo Kastrup is one of the most he's probably the most intelligent human being on the planet right now.
I never saw him look more uncomfortable than when he was talking about that piece of it.
Yeah, he talks about...
Because he always looks to me like somebody who's very confident and like... At that point, it looked to me like, well, wait a minute, you're not the one steering that cart anymore.
Right. But, like, here's Jambi. Jambi, my brother, Can you produce better than what these people are producing? I mean, let's be real here. But anyway,
We still love you.
there literally is no such thing as a white witch. I don't know what a white witch is.
Oh, there's the talk that, there's like the black witch is like the evil bad witch, and then there's like a white, like Glenda. I mean, that's kind of how Galinda or whatever her name is from The Wizard of Oz. She's like a good witch. I don't think it's like The Wizard of Oz.
How could
exactly.
somebody
I'm just
say
saying,
there's
like,
literally no such thing? How could you say that?
A
There's
witch
like 8 billion people on the planet.
a witch that uses her powers for good. Like, I don't know. How can she use her powers for good if it's coming from an evil source?
What if somebody created this the coven of the white witches? Who are we to say that they're not real?
Well, what qualifies somebody as a witch?
I don't know. I mean, I don't understand that logic. But what I'm saying is, it was very interesting because Castro, like I said, he scoffs at religion and all that. He's not a religious person, but the way that he was describing his he literally calls it a daemon. It's Daemon.
Yeah.
From which we get the term demon. But I just think that especially modern people and postmodern people, because we've been raised in this physicalist, materialist, worldview that almost assumes physicalism and materialism is the real world, that when people get confronted with these kinds of non-physicalist phenomena, they don't know what to do with it. So like I'm watching this guy, he's like the premier NDE specialist or whatever, and he was talking about one of these people, they were able to, their dentures were out, and he was brain dead, he was done, he was over with. And the nurse dropped his dentures. She goes, "Oh my God, I dropped his dentures." And he saw it from above the whatever. And then when he went back into his body, they were like, "Oh, we can't find your dentures, sir. I'm sorry." He's like, "Oh, that's all good. You dropped it on the ground or whatever." And so the guy was so interesting because he was trying to find a naturalist, materialist explanation for this stuff. And he goes, "We just have to admit there's things we don't know." But he goes, he basically said it's irresponsible to go to supernaturalism or whatever. So he's like, that's off the table, just ad hoc off the table. But we don't, he said we currently don't have an explanation for it. And I'm like,
pretty weird.
I'm like, what are you doing? Yeah, just put it over there, bro. But, so it looks like these people are like in a coven and they're about to do some shit, and then she appeared or whatever. But, look, in the comment section, do me a favor. If you've ever, not just the chat over here, but just in the comment section when you watch this video, if you've ever been in a situation where you were just fooling around, maybe, like Ouija board shit, like you're just hanging out with your buddies or whatever, put that in the comment section. I want to read it because I'm very interested to see. And then how did that, if it happened to you, how did that change you?
You guys might be interested also in the link that I just posted in the live stream. I don't know if people in the other place can see it, but it's a contest where people had to compile the best information as to why basically there was life. The life goes on after death, and your Castrup guy was in there. One thing that was interesting is somebody that wrote a better paper than him used his information as part of why he came to his conclusion, but he got a better score than that guy. But anyway, if you guys are interested in checking that out, that might interest some of you. So go ahead and get your reading time in.
Jambi's out of his mind. He's going crazy. All right, what do you give this off?
This one I'll give it 8.92. Wait, yeah, 8.9.
Did you give it 8.92?
8.9. 8.9. Go.
Oh, okay. I'll give this one a 8.7. 8.7 for me. Having said that, dear listener, we're not even halfway through. Sit back and relax. We're about to get into some more metal. Vin out.
Sorry out.
Gone. All right. We have another one. we have another one. There? We have another one on the way.
So you can.
Why did you even bring this to me?
Munch if you.
You know I'm not going to eat it.
I didn't know if you were going to eat it like a couple bites in between.
I'll eat it when the job is done.
Not me. I'll enjoy it while I do the job.
All right, guys, commercial time. We're coming right back for you. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the filthy capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
They do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed.
And a child shall lead them to buy our merch.
Do me a favor, Amy, or whatever, or Perk. Ban Mr. Fausto Martinez. Just ban him. Get rid of him, please. Thank you very much. All right. We've got more coming. I think this is a song from the same record. In the same concept album.
Dawn of the Chosen.
Dawn of the Chosen World by Catamania.
Yep.
And I think this is from the same record. So maybe this is part 2. Maybe. Thanks, Perk. Okay, guys.
Let's see.
Here we go.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's the same one, right?
Yeah, but it's a song 7, and we just did song 2.
Song 2. Okay.
Thanks, honey.
Good. So I think it's a concept record, and if it is a concept record, maybe we'll get more insight into what's going on in our quest.
Sounds good.
To figure out what's going on with this band. Let's do it, guys. Here we go. What was the name of the song again?
The name of the song is Dawn of the Chosen World.
Dawn of the Chosen World. This should be interesting.
From the album Eternal Winter's Prophecy.
Let's go. Spooky. That.
Oh, was that very short?
No,
it was 5 minutes.
I think it was shorter than the previous. It was longer than the previous one, but experientially shorter because I enjoyed it more than the previous one. Okay, so then go back to that. What was the full title of that record?
Well, Eternal Winter's Prophecy.
Eternal Winter's Prophecy. Yeah. Okay. So these guys are trying to do some sort of incantation enchantment to cover the earth in eternal winter, basically. Which is interesting because usually when people talk about eternal winter, they're talking about like the death aspect of winter and all the rest of it. But he's specifically talking about the coldness, right? Like they're focusing specifically.
Remember the White Witch from Narnia?
Yeah.
She wanted it all icy,
That
too.
was the line. Always winter, but never Christmas.
Right.
That was the line. That was actually like one of the best lines of all time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you know that's true in Maine. Christmas is the one thing that helps the cold and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm like, how can there be so many people living here that don't have an exit plan?
You crazy ass secularists. Take away the nativity scene.
Get out.
And people getting triggered over a nativity scene. Y'all are the worst.
Y'all are the worst. Oh, boy.
This is like the same thing like when we saw the Hail Satan documentary and all these Christians are getting bent out of shape over
we said, leave them alone.
You know what I'm saying? I look at the crazy secularists who get triggered over nativity scenes and the crazy Christians who get triggered over Baphomet as both ridiculous.
Right.
And that guy, I wish we could have had the Hail Satan video. Like,
man. So is it completely deleted or it got blocked?
Yeah,
what
they
happened?
deleted it. We got a copyright strike.
So we don't even have it to even be able to.
Yeah, I didn't even appeal it because, like, we literally watched the entire movie.
I know, but we stopped it and talked about it.
Yeah,
it's really too bad. It was a really fun experience because we just loaded everybody up. We all got in there. We all watched it together, and it was fun.
We had an actual Satanist.
We did. Yeah.
So we were able to stop, talk to the homie.
Yeah.
And then whatever.
Yeah.
We do, Josh. Sometimes we do have a call-in portion to the show. I'll tell you what. The Insomnia stream tonight, folks will be able to call in if they want to call in.
There you go.
I'll be talking about the Satanism thing and whatever.
Yeah.
So these people are trying to.
At some point, you need to do the Twitch thing.
What Twitch?
So then you'll be in our room. When you were doing, was it Twitch or whatever, where you were playing the video games from, and you had the camera on you, and you were talking and playing and all that?
Yeah.
You could do that some of the Insomnia streams. So you'll still be around me. I'll just put my earplugs in, and I'll still sleep.
Yeah, you say that. Well, if you're in the Insomnia stream, JMB, you can call in for sure. Not on this one, though, because I don't want you coming out here dissing these bands. I've heard your stuff. You're not better than these people.
Tina just put your phone number in the stream.
Well, no, because Middle Earth has my number.
I'm teasing. That's obviously not your number, babe. But
wait, look. Wake me up, Vin. I'll talk to you about John Lennon. No, I'm gonna have an interview with John Lennon. What you talking about?
He doesn't need to talk to you.
Yeah, we got that set up, inshallah.
Yep. All right, I am the chosen one, king of the darkest thrones, blessed with demon's blood, which makes my way through Christian flood. Okay, so he's
the Christian flood, yeah.
Yeah, he's going after because the Christian flood is, and there's just a bunch of Christians that are probably coming around, and his demon blood helps him survive.
Well, I think what he's saying is he's probably in a Christian-dominated society or whatnot. So the demon blood.
I still have the Viking thing on the brain.
He wants to. I'm assuming that the coldness or whatnot, or the winter, is a metaphor for the opposite of Christianity or whatever. I think. We'll see. Am I the poisoned one from the bite of serpent's crown, marked with seventh fire, which makes my way to desire? That's really interesting.
What are those top sins? What do they call them? Mortal sins?
Yeah.
You
mean the 7 deadly sins?
Yeah. I was wondering what number 7 was.
Well, yeah, I thought it was interesting because you'd figure he'd say 6, right? But he's the 7th seventh fire. Maybe it's to talk about all the 7 deadly sins. You know,
that's
what I'm saying?
what I'm not sure.
Not necessarily the 7th one.
Oh,
but all 7 of them, which would make him a complete sinner, basically.
Yeah, that's probably what it is, because number 7 is slothfulness.
Yeah, so maybe the 7th fire is to encompass all the 7 deadly sins, or the 7 mortal sins, which in then turn would make you a complete sinner or whatever, which would then be the opposite of, Christianity or whatnot. No, Sori doesn't know the 7 deadly sins, and neither do I, because Sori, her parents were Roman Catholic, but she was not raised as a Roman Catholic.
And as a matter of fact, I think because my parents were so against their roots, that we didn't really know a lot about their roots. It's not like they were talking about them.
Jambi, it's not disrespectful to you to say that you're not better than the people that you are actually disrespecting. I didn't say that. I didn't say that you had a shit base or any of that shit. What I said was the people that you're dishonoring on this channel are better than you. Now, if you think that that's disrespectful, I don't know what to tell you, brother. I love you, but think. You love to dish it out, bro. You love to dish it out. Okay. Am I the poison one? Okay, so he doesn't know. So it looks like there are multiple candidates for being the winter messiah or whatever.
Oh.
So he's
am I the chosen one?
If he's the chosen one. Because I'm assuming he wants to be the chosen one. Right? Am I the poison one from the bite of the serpent's crown, marked with 7th fire, which makes my way to desire? There it is right there. Bury the sun into eternity, that dark shall come upon. Hail to the future chosens in the world of endless coldness. So there, I was talking to Dorian about this last week when we were doing that drop off her product. And I was saying, bro, because I want to live in Maine, blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, what about Cali? Because he's he wants to be in major historical cities. I was like, well, you can't get bigger than Los Angeles. He's like, why would I want to be in Los Angeles? I'm like, bro, right now it's 5:30 and it's pitch black out here. I'm like, in Cali it's 2 o'clock, and and then we did the same thing in Florida. Florida's on East Coast time, but it's daylight there. So I'm like, what do you mean? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So wait, how did that connect to the song?
So, well, because when winter comes, you get the eternal darkness.
Oh my God, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So
endless coldness. Ooh.
Yeah. Bury the sun into eternity, and then he wants darkness and endless coldness. Which again, the emphasis on coldness is so fascinating to me, because it's holy smokes, man.
Why?
Why would you want endless coldness?
The only thing that I can surmise from that is that you're depressed, and you feel you know what I mean? When you're in a particularly depressed phase and you don't want to be around a party. It's
yeah, but
maybe you're feeling so.
This is kind of like a fantasy world, though. So I you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I don't know.
I don't know. That's bury the sun into eternity, he says.
That dark shall come upon, hail the future for chosens in the world of endless coldness.
I can't. To be honest with you, I have to say,
they're talking about they're having a race of people who not only are acclimated to the coldness, but coldness is their thing. That's where they thrive.
I don't even understand. I don't understand that.
Yeah, because you're born as a warm-blooded individual, whatever. So you acclimate to warm or tropical weather, and you're part of the old race. But what if there's a new race of people that thrive on the coldness, but they only get to come out in the winter? They only get a little slice of time where it's their time, but they want all the time. I understand it. Again, you have to go into their universe, man. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but there's parts in our world where you can live like that if you want to. Don't wish that on the rest of us.
See, Amy's one of those people. She always preferred cold to heat.
Till a few days ago.
She must
it depends.
Yeah.
If I'm in bed and they say, "Do you want the room hot or do you want it cold?" I want the room so cold that I am forced to layer up with a bunch of blankets. I like that. But I don't want to live. I don't like being cold. I almost, smashed my head open just trying to move our car today You know, because these people are too lazy to salt the road. And then my poor neighbor went out and she fell and she hit her head very hard. She was walking around holding her head. Honestly, she looked confused. She was walking around. I said, oh my gosh.
This is a fantasy world.
Yeah, I know.
You're not thinking about practical things like salting your driveway.
Fine. I'll throw in with you. If it's a fantasy world, then I love the idea of, like, you know, when I watch Frozen and I see her ice castle, I'm like, that's beautiful. But I don't want to live in an ice castle. So... And I won't say that I'm a person that just loves the heat. You'll find that if
I didn't say you love the heat.
If we're in warm climate, you're going to get a more moody side of me. I don't like being hot, and I don't like being sweaty, and I don't like my hair getting ruined because I'm sweaty.
I'm just saying, in the universe of this song, I think these people feel like...
Are you talking about Home Alone, Sori? That's what it felt like.
Huh?
Adam, are you talking about Home Alone, Sori? I'm telling you guys, if it would have been recorded, I'd have put it up for you guys to see. Like, my arms and legs were going so fast trying to keep my balance. I looked like a friggin' cartoon.
Oh, when you, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's actually, it's kind of funny, but it's actually it's really dangerous.
It is, and honestly.
The Atkins guy, you know the guy that did
That's
the
how
Atkins
he died.
He
That's how he died, yeah.
He smacked his head on the
ice because he fell. Yeah, and that's the thing. When you're, like, young, you're like, who cares? If I fall, I'll get back up. But now, like, I don't know what it is. Like, our bodies don't bend as good or something. I don't know. I was not looking forward to that fall. I'm like, that's going to prevent me from doing gym or whatever. That's
true. It would have prevented you from doing gym. Bury the sun into eternity. Yeah, see?
No.
See, that's... No, I mean, I've gone through... See, the thing is... If you were let's say that you were unaffected by the cold, or let's say that you thrived in the cold, like, you know, like that perfect, like, spring type weather, 78 degrees, you know, not too hot, not too cold, perfect spring weather, good running weather. You go out there, you see nature and all that shit, and your body's just like, it's like that perfect
when the
spot.
sun is warming the temperature, so it's getting hot, but there's still snowbanks, and the wind blows the cold from the snowbanks.
Sadocked. Right.
That right there.
So, okay. So what if the dead of winter had that effect on you physically and psychologically?
Well, I'm not completely far away from that. If it's a dead of winter and there's a bad storm and all that, I love that. I thrive in that feeling.
But what if you could be outside?
Yeah.
And it wouldn't completely destroy your body, but it would make your body thrive the same way that spring could make your body thrive.
Yeah, I told you, when I go out in that weather, I do thrive in it. But it doesn't last in Maine. There's not storms constantly. It's
right. So these people, that's how they are.
Yeah, I get it. I see where.
And so they want coldness forever.
Yeah, but he said, I am the seduced one by the mistress of the night. So we're not just talking about cold.
He's saying, am I?
Well, regardless, he's still talking about the mistress of the night.
That was the one that we talked about in the previous song.
It's not even cold. What do you mean?
Donovan. The mistress of the night.
Oh, I know.
We just talked about the lady.
Yes, I know. He's being seduced by this. But I'm saying...
Well, he has to be with her in order to have the children that do all that stuff. Because they were talking about the generations of the cold. So he's saying, am I the candidate to be with that lady?
Well,
and then
he says at the end that he is.
Kids?
I am the chosen one. I am the poisoned one. I am the seduced one. With these aspects, I take control of this world.
Right. So he marries the lady that we talked about in the previous song. They get together, copulate, have some kids, and that's how they're going to take over the world for eternal coldness.
Yep, and he ends it with bury the sun into eternity. Holy shit. Well, you know what? That's its own little love story in that world.
What? I don't think it's a love story. I think that's just
he's chosen. He's seduced by the...
It's a necessity. Because they have to procreate and have a bunch of... Because he talks about...
Oh, you just think it's necessity? It says seduced.
Yeah, seduce. Yeah, in order for them to have kids. Because he talks about the generations
and what is this? He says, I am the seduced one by the mistress of the night, lusting for blood path. Take my arms and cut the veins with wrath. What is he saying?
It's a ritual. That's what I've been telling you.
Oh, my God.
He gets together with her. She does all types of horrible shit to him. They copulate. They have future generations. That's how he's going to take over the world. He wants it to happen.
It's like the praying mantis. What does she do? She eats him after?
Yeah, it's very interesting. They made the woman the linchpin for the guy's power.
Yeah.
Like, he's basically incidental. She's the only one that can do it, But there are obviously
I'll give you my power.
There
Vin.
are other candidates. You see what I'm saying? There are other male candidates, but she's the only one. So
right. So they all
the woman is the linchpin in this situation.
They all
I like this song a lot better than the other one. It's a 9.3 for me.
Oh, 9.6 for me. Already had it decided.
You did?
Yeah.
I like the way they
progressing. I said,
good job on this one, Mike Franco. Now I realize why he did it.
Oh,
song 1 and song 1 and song 2, right?
I see what you did there.
I see what you did there, Franco.
Yep.
Yeah. So now I would actually bring the other song up to a 9 now that I saw this one. Retroactive, correction or whatever. But I like
do with it what you will.
The other thing I liked about this song was that we did have the synth, but it wasn't overpowering.
No, it was no. It was
the guitar work.
I don't know that
I feel like the guitar work, the guitar work should be central, and that's not just because I'm a guitarist. All right, there, listener. Having said that, Vin out.
Sori out.
Gone. All right, guys. Never you fear. We're coming back to you with more metal goodness.
Here we go with the number 7 again.
I don't think I've ever heard a Pantera track get a 7 or an 8. Ever. All right. Let's go, guys. Commercial time. We shall return.
Boing.
I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the filthy capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village. Facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed.
And a child shall lead them. Look at this. Selah made this little flower. I don't know what she made it out of. But I know she used the hot glue gun. That's outstanding.
Oh, we have a hot glue gun now?
Yeah, they had it at the dollar store.
Really?
I thought that was weird.
Yeah, I know. I thought that would be a lot more expensive.
I said $1? And the glue sticks were $1? I'm like, I'm with it. I'm all in.
We're all in it to win it. Okay. Holy, I've been really looking forward to this one. No.
Okay, up next is Nargaroth-Seven Tears Are Flowing to the River. This is another one of DJ Mike Franco's. But again, we're in the TransAtlantic Collusion.
So
this is the group of them together.
Like the TransAtlantic Collusion.
I had to make a phone call today. It was a banking thing for the kids' banking thing, and I was like, I said, so I need to know that, so I don't go too far, or something like that. I said it on the thing. She was like, because I was talking about the kids investing. I'm like, I just want to make sure that you guys are going to come back at me and say there's like some $10,000 bill because the kids did a poor investment.
All right, Nargaroth, I think, is the proper thingamajiggy.
Yeah, 7 tears are flowing to the river.
Okay, and this is the big hole. Is this Franco again?
It is. It's Franco again.
Shout out to DJ Mike Franco.
Shout
Let's
out to
do this
him.
shit. This video is a concert mix. Oh, very good. Very good.
We're with it.
Very good. If it's a concert mix, then you know what's going to occur. All right, guys, here we go. Check it out. Where's the 7? There you go. And we're off.
Pretty.
Wow, that's deep. versus them live.
Yep.
That's some emotional shit. So obviously everybody knows I'm a sucker for tremolo picking. That was beautiful freaking tremolo picking. I'm not certain. The song was like 14 minutes long. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure. I feel like they could have cut that by 5 minutes and we'd be okay.
I think they could have cut it by 10 minutes and it would have been okay.
No.
Yeah, that's how I feel. Okay, I feel like it could have 6 or 7 minutes. That would have been the most for me. But this is not my style. So if it's not my style, it's not. You know what I'm saying? Like
if the tremolo sequence is really good, I can listen to it for a very, very, very long time.
It just was. It felt like it was so repetitive and it wasn't going anywhere, and I felt like I was kind of.
Yeah, but no, I hear you. And we listened to that Doom song yesterday, and it was very sludgy, and it was actually a sludge, I think, and it was just kind of like after a while, I was like, but this one, the music was pretty, so I don't care.
I like I like tremolo as well, but that vocal style is hard for me to palate. I still haven't I don't have the appreciation for that vocal style. It's honestly a little confusing to me how anybody can. Like, Mike, is this enjoyable? So I've been listening to this. You guys are not going to appreciate this, but I don't know how she pronounces her name. I was saying Sai. It's like S-A-I or S-A-I-A or something like that. And the name of the song is Chandelier. And I've been listening to that song on friggin' repeat. I think it has a lot of depth of meaning for me, on the side there. But aside from that, just the notes that she hits with her voice is just absolutely incredible. Mm-hmm. And, But this, so for me, it has to hit my soul. So I'm assuming that you guys listen to this and that this type of music, does the vocal style hit your soul? What does it do? I don't understand. I'd like to have a little bit of an explanation from a couple different people as to what goes on with you with this vocal style, not the music behind, because I can throw in with that. The first, especially the intro to it was very pretty, and then as the song progressed, I could throw in with the sound. But I couldn't throw in with the length, but the sound, and if it would have had a different vocal style, I think it would have been pretty. But I don't understand it. Just like I didn't understand Rob Halford, it was what is this man doing? Stop, But then it took some time, and then we were like, wow, this is really amazing.
But with Halford, even though we didn't like his vocal style initially, it couldn't be questioned that the man had vocal talent.
Yeah, but I didn't understand it. It was like, why would anybody want to listen to this?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, you knew that nobody could do what he does.
Yeah.
Whereas with this kind of stuff, anybody can do this.
No, I disagree with you. I've tried it. I've tried it many times in the car, and all it lands is a bunch of coughing.
Yeah, but you know what I mean by that.
No,
it's
I don't.
not something where the person has a specific type of talent.
I disagree with you.
Is unreachable.
I disagree with you. I think there's lots of people that can't do this. That vocal style.
I think anybody can growl. Anybody can do black metal vocals.
I can't.
You can.
Look at you.
No,
you know what? Look, I'm not going to argue with you because I've done a lot of things.
If your life depended on it, you wouldn't be able to do it. You'd die.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. If your life depended on it, you would not be able to do what Halford does. That's what I'm saying. That's the difference. You don't have the will to train your voice to go through the type of.
Look, babe, I don't want to admit it. I don't want to agree with you on that. I want to keep arguing.
You don't have to
but
agree
I see
with
what
me,
you're
but
saying.
I'm saying it's what Halford does is,
you're right.
is impossible to attain. You're not. You're the minute. Even though I didn't like it, and I actually said it in the video initially. This dude, he could hit. There was some guy, I think it was Vivaldi or somebody, an opera singer, and those guys are in a completely different category. They don't get measured by Whitney Houston or whatever. These opera singers are something else. And the guy was saying that Halford. He named one other opera singer, and then he said, "Yeah, that Halford guy." So Halford is a unique generational talent. It's never gonna happen again.
Yeah.
Whereas this one, any kid in Norway in their garage can do this. You know what I'm saying? So that's a difference to me. But I don't think. But I think the thing about black metal, especially this type of black metal, is that the people that are attracted to this music are not attracted to the. I think it's the turning on the head of what is appreciated as music is what attracts them. So like the rest of the world, so it does do something for their soul because the vocal style is a metaphor for how they feel, whereas everybody wants to put them in a box. This is what beauty is. This is how you're supposed to be. And so when they hear things like this, it's almost like affirmation that you don't have to be that way. You can be ugly. And then even if you look at the aesthetics that they do on stage, like they uglify themselves. You know what I'm saying? Like they're going out of their way to make themselves look unattractive. You got this mega pale face, and then you got these monstrous types of expressions. And it's sort of like the exaltation of ugliness and disorder.
I don't see it like that, babe.
Go ahead.
I don't see it like that. When it comes to the pale face with the, all the, I love that. I think it's so cool looking, and I don't think it's ugly. Like when we talk about grunge and like, like the loose fitting button up shirts that people were looking all, I can see that could be, well, that's not attractive. I could throw in with that pastor there. But as far as, as far as the paint and stuff on their face, like I thought that girl looked really pretty like that. Painted up like that. The tears coming down like this. Stuff like that. Well, not like pretty like Kim Kardashian. Not like that. I guess I can see what you're saying. You think I'm just being argumentative?
Oh, it doesn't. I'm just watching to see how far this will go. Because I'll call bullshit on you right now and say, okay, well, when we're going out to some restaurant, put that on your face then.
Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. No, because if we were going to a show, I'm all about it. But yeah, out of the context, it's not. But you could wear just regular makeup paint to a concert and
No, just go for it.
No, what am I going to do? Argue something that you just changed my mind on? Like just for the sake of arguing with you? I've done that before.
Amy said she tried the Cookie Monster shit and she was able to do it. Also, Amy doesn't believe that Kim Kardashian is pretty.
I actually can't remember what she looks like right now. I just know that she's a big.
I mean, she's a big celebrity. Talking, I mean, she looks like what she looks like without makeup, but But like, so for me, Louis says exactly, Vin. So Louis is a black metal fan. Yeah, I just think that you have all these social conventions of people trying to tell you what to do, fit in the box, and define for you what's beautiful, and they're able to say, no, this is, it's like Frozen.
Yeah.
Like, I don't like the vocal style either. Like, that's not going to twist it. Like Frozen Moon.
Yeah. We
listened to Frozen Moon and I was like, what the hell is all this hype about Frozen Moon? I didn't like the song. I thought it was, I'm going to say it was trash, but I didn't like the song. Yeah, I remember. And then I did that thing where I listened to it again and again because I was like, we listened to a bunch of black metal. This is first wave black metal. Listen again. And it didn't change at all. I thought it was horrible. You know what I'm saying?
Horrible?
So I'm not saying.
I feel like I liked that one, didn't I? Or did we both not like that one?
Oh,
I
we
can't
both
remember
didn't
now.
like it.
Oh, it was trash then.
And the other thing is this song is vocally it was kind of first generation, but the production was way better produced than like old school Mayhem. That was the other thing. Mayhem is like horrible production, whatever. Right. Like they went completely extreme on the other side.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I get it. You know what I'm saying? Like I understand it, but the thing about music like this is that the beauty of the sequence was contrasted with the ugliness of the guy's vocal style. And again, that's one of those things where you take two oppositional concepts and you smash them together. And it does create a certain sort of dissonance that people that are into that shit like. So I understand it.
Is that right? Is that basically where you're coming at, Mike? I didn't see your response if you put one, DJ Mike. Is that is that basically like what he's saying? Is that how you feel about it? Also, Middle Earth, you can chime in, and Northern Scoundrel too, because I want, like, you people that like this, let me know. I really want to know, is is this how you feel about it? What he just explained? Because that makes sense. I just,
Yeah, but you're coming from a, and like I said, I wished in this particular song, especially considering it was 14 minutes long, I would have wished for a clean vocal interlude somewhere, because the progression was so sweet and so beautiful. Mm-hmm. So I would have really, it was kind of like that Chinese band that like blew me away a couple days ago.
Yeah.
Where they had some cleans mixed into that. I think it was Archero.
It's that red, the band with all the red in the background.
Yeah. They put some cleans in there because Pony's in the house.
Yeah, I know.
They put some cleans in there, and you can't. You know what I'm saying? So
right here, right?
So
this one.
Yeah.
Yoth Irie.
No.
Under his sway.
That was Tina's. It was.
Oh, whoops! That was Tina's. Yeah, excuse me.
Okay. So there's that. Yeah, it's Zuriaki or whatever. Okay. So here's what he says lyrically. 7 tears are flowing to the river, and 6 of them are mine.
Oh.
And I taste a foreign liquid that mixes up with mine. To read it in all of it. This is a translation, by the way. To read in it of the strength that I gave away to so many. And joy it was in my mouth, and I fell into a deep ocean, and the old wounds hurt again. Droolingly at last within all the sorrow. And when the flood recovered his corpse, after he had lost 6 tears, the water became his coffin, subhanAllah.
Jeez.
A 7th tear fell out of agony, and when the river led the tear to the eternal ocean, he was finally loved, but for sure he doesn't know that anymore. And if time could be turned back, and all the pain was just a dream, he'd put his arms around her, and love would be in both of their hearts. I do believe, especially with the way that what they were doing with the guitar, it's extremely addictive to listen to, for sure. So it looks like this is kind of like a Shakespearean type of situation where the guy was in love. It seemed like he lost his love, and then he killed himself, probably. And then when that happened, the person that he loved missed him dearly, but it says for sure he doesn't know that anymore. He says he was finally loved. See, when the river led the tear to the eternal ocean. So he's crying or whatever, and he can't get over his depression, so it leads him to the eternal ocean, which I'm assuming is him dying. Then it says he was finally loved, but for sure he doesn't know that anymore.
Oh.
And if time could be turned back and all the pain was just a dream, he'd put his arms around her, and love would be in both of their hearts. So it looks like he lost, his love or whatever, and that was the final straw for him.
And so she had died, or she left?
He died.
Then she... Oh, jeez.
And then, the mourning and all the rest, she really did love him, but he doesn't know that anymore because he's dead. But if time could be turned back and all the pain was just a dream, he'd put his arms around her.
Yeah, I'm probably way off on this, but I think that, there's someone in my life that I have told them a bunch of different ways how much I love them, and they will not accept it. They do not believe it. And then when we get on the topic of if I get concerned about their well-being, like their health, and say I'm worried about them, that to them is more meaningful than any of the cards or words or things I've done. And that's so bizarre to me. So here's this guy, maybe she expressed it. Maybe he was unable to receive it. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I agree.
And then what is it? It takes for you to die, and everybody, some people that are like, man, I wish I could see who's going to show up to my funeral. Stuff like that. I don't know. I think that's super unhealthy to not be able to accept the love that people are actually giving, because not everybody expresses love in the same way. That's one thing, that book, The 5 Love Languages, I'm sure there's probably more love languages than just that, but the book is very interesting. It goes through the different types of ways that people receive and give love, and yours, I think yours is gifts and quality time.
Yep.
And quality time, as far as it doesn't have to be.
I've realized I like giving people things is my expression of how I love people.
But that's usually because that's how you receive love. So you like to give it the way you like to receive it. And you are. If I make you a nice little meal, or if
Isn't
I bring
that
you little
acts of service,
things.
though?
No, well, that would be acts of service, yeah.
Like, if
Yeah,
you
but
bought me
whenever I
something, it
ordered
wouldn't
you
be
something
as-
over Amazon, you liked it. And those little gifts that came by, the beard straightener and the, you know.
Yeah.
You seem to make a big deal out of it. Maybe were you making a bigger deal than you felt?
Well, it's because I never expect anybody to get me anything.
So when you get it,
I'm genuinely surprised.
did you like it? Did you feel loved?
Well, the beard thing?
Any of the stuff that, you know, the bracelets or the, you know, does any of that?
No, when you're like, oh my God, you haven't eaten, and you make a big deal of it, then you get me so like, oh wow.
That's a big deal?
That's like a, oh, I feel loved. Whereas like the beard straightener thing, it's like, this is going to be really good. I was genuinely excited about it.
Okay, so you like acts of service?
I was surprised because, like I said, I never expect anything.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm like, genuinely like, holy shit, this is a game changer. Because the other one that I had was, it was okay, but you could tell that was the Cadillac.
Mm-hmm.
But but like when you're like, oh, like, you know, because, and I don't know if that's something that developed over time because of the person that I was with. I just did not care about anything.
Yeah, you're probably right, because I feel like that's something kind of basic.
Because she'd be like, well, you're Superman, so whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And that
Yeah.
was like used as an excuse to, you know, whatever. But yeah, people express love in different ways, but there are people who are so hurt all the time that they have very strict parameters as to how they're going to, they make their very high parameter the only bar for which love can be received and expressed, because they've been hurt so much.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you don't hit that level, then they can say, oh, you know what I'm saying? And it can look, it can come off as manipulative or whatever, but at the same time, what we always say is fear will do that to you. If you fear rejection or you fear pain, especially if you're an older person and you haven't gone back into, I know this is going to be corny, but whatever, your inner child, and made peace with your inner child, then that fear of rejection, because if you don't reconcile with that inner child, then it's going to dominate. It was like, this is a terrible metaphor, it doesn't work, but it's as close as I can come to like what happens if you don't deal with your inner child. Remember we saw, it was a modernized version of the Ten Commandments with Batman, and God was like a kid. The God, Yahweh was like a child. It was a child character.
Not really.
Yeah, so God was a child character.
Okay.
And it was very, very interesting because once again, it was the secularists that were writing it. And so when God said, listen, I'm going to kill all these people. And Moses, who was played by the dude that played Batman, was like, no, don't do that. What are you doing? You can't kill all these people. And then God basically says, okay, fine. I'll come up with some little compromise. So they did the Passover thing. So if they show up in your door, then they'll be safe. But otherwise, I'm killing these fools. My point is, this was a kid, but he had all this like omnipotent power. And I think when you all of us got wounded by our parents one way or the other. And most of our parents were not these modern types of parents who will constantly apologize and all. That's like a modern new thing almost, where you're treating your children as actual persons with autonomy and, you know, whatever. And so you're not going to get that apology from your parents. Most of us, you know, you're not going to get your parents saying, I was wrong here, and here, and I did this and that to you. So you got to find a way to deal with all the pain and hurt that your inner child had to deal with. Because if not, it's going to be, some of this is inspired by, you know, yesterday with Castrop, where he said, if you don't listen to your diamond, there's going to be consequences. And I do think at some level that your inner child is an actual being with actual sentience that needs to be reabsorbed back into your consciousness. I'm doing the Jungian thing where Jung will, you know.
No, I agree. I agree.
So that is inside of you, or as Castrop says, that's in the house. That's in your house.
Yeah.
However you want to call your being. And
no, Philip, they don't.
It demands to be reconciled with.
Yeah.
And if you don't do that, then what happens is when you get to real core emotions that people get behind that wall, it will become a tyrant. and it'll terrorize you, and it will force you to create these ridiculous standards that people have to attain to. Like, you know, I'm dealing with one of the kids because, you know, their mother essentially abandoned them. And so his reasoning is, I'm going to make this girl jump through 15 different hoops to prove that she's not going to abandon me. Well, that's obviously a reaction to that trauma. And so we have to deal with that and talk through that so that whoever he ends up with doesn't get tyrannized by that definition of what love is, because obviously that's unfair and it's a standard that nobody can attain to.
Yep.
But children are not rational. So what you're saying to this person is, look, I do love you. I've showed you X, Y, and Z thing, but you're not talking to him. You're talking to the child. And a child is not rational. The child is only emotional. So you're trying to reason with a child in that regard, if that makes any sense.
It does make sense, but how do you get through to that child?
Well, I just think one of the things that I say all the time, you know, is you have to accept them for who they are. And you have to accept that a lot of people are not going to change. You have to accept that. You know, we can do work on ourselves and, you know, we can influence our kids. But you have to accept somebody's at 60, 70 years old and that child is still there tyrannizing him. That's not going to change. And so you just have to, you got to accept that about him.
And I don't know what that means to accept that. You just suck it the fuck up and just...
No, it's not suck it up. It's to realize that you're not the victim in this interchange. He's the victim in the interchange. You're saying, no, I do love you. But you know that you love you, but he doesn't know that. So you're not the victim. He's the victim because he's the one that's not able to absorb the love from you. So you're not the pitiable one in that situation. What I'm saying is you have to accept the fact that he's so hamstrung by that trauma, and you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I do. I just think that the way that love works a lot of times is it's circular. It's give and take. So you accept and reciprocate, and both people are doing that. So then you have this connection with somebody. But
that's
when the person,
idealized version of love, unaffected by the sinful nature. That's like you're idealizing that. We don't have that 100% of the time.
No.
Like we get in really good spaces where that happens in perfect harmony, but we don't have that. But
nope.
But if you define love by that way, then forget it. It's not going to happen with that dude. But what I'm saying is, and it sucks because it's a family member or whatnot, but what I'm saying is, in that particular circumstance, you're not the victim. In that circumstance, he's the victim. Because he hasn't been able to overcome that for pretty much all his life. So I would just accept that about him. You just have to, you know, and it's one of the reasons I was able to make peace with my mom before she died. Is that Lord was just like, bro, she's not going to change. And that's okay. Do you love her regardless? Can you love her regardless? Or do you have to hold out to where the love is ideal and perfect? And I said, oh. And I just accept, you know, and it went away from like trying to change her or waiting for her to change to just trying to understand her. And so, you know, and that was that
I'm sure that gives you peace.
That whole situation, all those revelations happened to me like when I was like praying for like 6 hours a day for an entire summer. You know, it was literally like 6 hours a day. But and that's the thing, like that's why I'm saying like you're not the victim, because at the end of this, he was finally loved, but for sure he doesn't know that anymore. So like he's the pitiable one in the song, not the person that was, you know, genuinely loved him or whatever. So
right.
So that was like
okay, you know, yeah, go ahead. I can throw in with you on that is because I think that kind of going with what the information that you were giving is, I'm not the problem in that situation because I'm giving love,
right?
But he's unable to accept it, which means there's going to be a lot of other relationships he's unable to accept love from.
Correct.
And so then he's the one that has to live life loveless in a sense,
believing that he's not loved,
even though right, exactly,
right. And then
Right.
it has to take an extreme...
Unnecessary pain.
It's got to be an extreme, literally life or death situation to where he can go, oh, okay. Where he'll open the gate and absorb that, where the inner child can, absorb that.
Yeah.
Because he's,
Wow. Okay.
So once I understood that, a lot of it went from changing a person to understanding a person. And then the more you understand them and the more you make those concessions for human weakness, the less and less and less you take personal offense to a person's actions. So that's how I look at it, but
Excuse me.
you know what I'm saying? Like, that's the way I look at it. And you try to be, and then you turn that into a mirror and reflect on yourself and say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. So if I'm experiencing that from my parents, what are my kids experiencing from me? And that's why it's important to try to understand them instead of change them, because that way you can understand yourself, and then wherever the area is, you can locate it, and then you and God can work on it so that you can break the cycle with your kids. Mm-hmm. So that's the best shot I have at it.
I don't feel unloved by any of my kids, though. Or am I missing what you're saying?
No, but the cycle would be that your kids would not perceive that you accept their love.
No, he's told me he doesn't feel that I. So
right,
that's
right.
him saying he doesn't.
Right. What I'm saying
that.
is that we're not repeating that cycle, but you've done a lot of work on yourself in the past 3 to 5 years.
Yeah, but not on that regard.
Well, but all those things are interconnected.
Yeah.
But you were not afraid. I mean, you were afraid, but you still took a good long look at yourself in a bunch of different areas. Mm-hmm. And even us being together has instigated a lot of that. And so you've done a lot of that work.
Yeah.
That's a positive byproduct of that. Mm-hmm. Because trust me, that would have been the dynamic with certain folks if you would have stayed in the little box you were in. I guarantee you it would be. Because...
Yeah, you're probably right.
I'm not sure that she's... You know what I'm saying? So that's how I think about it. So the point is, do as much work on yourself as you possibly can. The people around you, I do think people need to change. People need to change.
I agree.
So I'm not saying don't help the people, but sometimes the people in your life are not ready to change or whatnot. Mm-hmm. So do some work in trying to understand them instead of changing them. Just accept them for who you are. Because that's the one big thing that's like, unconditional love is such a crazy concept. Mm-hmm. And everybody loves the concept of unconditional love. But nobody wants to actually exercise it.
Yeah.
Because it's extremely difficult. Mm-hmm. Because if I love you without conditions, that means that you don't have to change. And in the real world, many people that you love are not going to change in certain things. And you have to accept that and make peace with that. And I want to do that with at least one human being before I leave this planet. See what I'm saying? So...
love them without them changing?
Without any conditions whatsoever for any reason. You're very difficult in that regard because we have our fights or whatever, but I keep telling you, like, you're not anywhere near as horrifying as, whatever. So, oh, wow, it's so hard for you to love this person who's incredibly beautiful, is a great business partner who educates your children, who, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, is your gym buddy, like, oh, it's so difficult. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, I mean, there are things that, we battle about and all the rest of it, but, maybe I'll be able to say that about you in like 20 years. You know what I'm saying? But right now, it's still kind of honeymoonish. You know what I'm saying?
Interesting.
Anyway, what do you got?
This one, I wasn't so much of a fan of it. It was an 8 for me. But it wasn't a terrible song. It was just, I think it really, it kept lowering. The score kept going down because the song kept going on. So that's kind of what happened to it. I mean, it didn't go down by a lot. It started out at an 8.6, and then it just kind of kept.
Yeah, it's a solid 9 for me. I think it could have been 5 minutes shorter. And those hand signals you were doing was very, very interesting. Very intriguing to me. So I'd like to know about that. Anyway, having said that, dear listener, Vin out.
Sori out.
Gone. Stay tuned, bitches. We have more. We have more on the way. Commercial time. Let's go. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps things that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed.
And a child shall
lead them.
To buy our merch.
We are still in the midst of our MegaStream with the TransAtlantic Collusion. Collusion.
So now we are on to our third, right over here, and final DJ. Boop, boop, boop. Northern Scoundrel.
Also known as Control of Minds.
Mm-hmm. So here he's coming to us with Etherrealm, Redneck Vikings.
From hell.
What?
Redneck Vikings from hell.
It is from hell. That's so funny. Okay.
And we're off. Nope. Let's try this again. And we're off.
Swing it around, grab that beer and slam it down. Brace yourself, they're coming to your town. We sailed the oceans and climbed every mountain, faced every army and conquered them all.
Not the north, bitches.
From us near and far, y'all know who we are, the motherfucking Redneck Vikings.
Well, friend, you may be wondering whether you got what it takes to be a real Redneck Viking. I guess we'll have to find out, won't we? See, some folks would say that you had to be born down south, and still others would say the frozen north, but I reckon that ain't it. See, when it comes down to it, it ain't about where you were born or how you were raised. Being a Redneck Viking is about one thing. Whether you know how to fucking party. So let's show 'em how we do it down in
motherfucking skull, right?
Oh my goodness, that's so funny.
These guys, they toured with Ailstorm. Remember the Ailstorm they were talking about?
Yes.
Like, I'm cursed and I gotta keep swearing at people or whatever. I got put on a spell. Can you imagine? Like both go to a show at both of those.
Yeah,
bands,
that'd be fun.
Be nothing but alcohol everywhere, bro.
Just fun though. Fun.
Yeah. I don't drink anymore, but I don't know.
I would tip one back.
You would tip a bunch back.
I would tip a bunch back.
Yeah. Smoke them if you got them.
Some more.
Don't tell her.
Yeah,
You'll
don't tell
be out
me.
of your shit.
Yep.
Redneck Vikings.
Okay.
From Hades.
I wonder if this is considered like offensive to Vikings.
Well, there are no Vikings left. But Norwegian people,
What do you mean? Yeah, I mean,
there's
like,
no real Vikings left.
Yeah, but enough where people consider
Their
themselves.
descendants?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. But I mean, it's 2022. I'm sure you can find somebody who's offended by it. You know what I'm saying? It'd be one of those things where I think like people who are like actual descendants of Vikings would love it, but then there'd be other people like, that's a cultural way.
Who was that lady that said that she was like Native American and she had like nothing? What was her name? What was her name? It's people like her that'd be offended. What's her name?
Yeah. The what's her face? I forgot her name.
So did I.
She lied.
She said that she was part.
Trump used to call her Pocahontas.
Yeah. Just look up Trump Pocahontas. I'm sure that'll tell us. And tell us all we need to know.
Elizabeth Warren.
Yes, Elizabeth Warren.
Doesn't even sound. Doesn't even. Man, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. Well, there you have it.
Yeah, Elizabeth Warren. She'd be like, or like, remember when that crazy black girl went after that dude because he was wearing dreads, and she's like, that's a cultural appropriation. She wouldn't let him down the stairs. Then she put hands on him. She put her hands on him. She's lucky. That man could have went,
I know, but you know what the thing is? He didn't want any trouble. He was just trying to be, like, I feel like there's different type of dread hair and wearing people. You know what I mean? Like, there's a certain people that wear dreads. They don't want drama. Like, they're just trying to chill. They're like...
They're trying to listen to their Bob Marley and shit.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. Like, they're just trying to... And that was like him. He didn't want any drama. He didn't want any fights. He wasn't trying to...
Most people don't want drama. If they see something from another culture... It's a sign, in my opinion.
How do you not see that as like a compliment?
It's a sign of like honor, like, wow, it's really cool. You know, Vikings had dreads, they braided their hair. But like, yeah, that girl was out of her freaking mind, bro. Like, she put her hands on that dude. She's lucky. She's lucky she ran into the right, college person because...
Yeah, because I don't know. Like, I feel like if I was in a situation like that and I saw that going on, I feel like I'd end up getting involved. And then she'd probably want to fight me.
Nah, she didn't want to fight you.
Oh, really?
Nah, she went after that dude because she knew that he wasn't going to do nothing to her. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
She knew that he wasn't the type of dude that was going to go and defend himself. But that's some dumb shit. So I don't think like any real descendants of Vikings would have a problem with that. I mean, they're Vikings, for God's sake. They're going to be like, skull, whatever. Yeah. Let's do it. Let's do this shit. Let's get drunk. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like... people today, man, like all these ridiculous considerations that people need to have. It's ridiculous.
Ridiculous considerations.
It's so fucking stupid. I remember the first time I saw Korn, I'm like, yo, these white boys got dreads. That shit is crazy, bro.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I'm Jamaican. So, you know how Jamaicans are. We feel like we invented everything. So I felt like that was our shit. And like, you know, we're such a small island, but look how influential we are. Like, yeah, we influence the whole fucking planet, bro. Look at this shit.
You know what's interesting? I never saw Jamaicans with dreads. I only saw hippies with dreads.
I mean,
so I thought you guys copied
Bob Marley.
No, by the time I saw a picture of Bob Marley was way...
the hippies?
Yeah, I mean... I knew that was going to get a good laugh out of you, too. I'm glad you can laugh about it, not be angry with me. It's like, that's all I ever saw was just... But you know what? I'll tell you, with a lot of times, people don't do a good job with their dreads.
Yeah, but my point is, like, when I was watching that, I was like, wow, I felt like super proud, man. Like, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I can imagine Norwegian people, like, I don't know. I mean, I can't speak for them, but I can imagine them saying, like, look at that shit. Like, they're saying that the Viking spirit, it, like, doesn't matter where you're from or whatever. It doesn't matter how you were, he was saying, it doesn't matter how you were raised. It's, man, can you party?
Yeah.
Like, can you party and not take yourself so seriously? Can you slam down this Jägermeister? If you can, boom, you're a Viking. I don't know. I think they're trying to honor those people. I don't think they're trying to.
Oh, I totally agree. I don't think they're.
You know, it's so ridiculous now that we have to have these stupid ass considerations. But this is where we are. These people have ruined the world. These people. No, they really have. They're really, really horrible people. They just take all the fun out of everything.
I really hate them.
Huh?
I really hate them. I thought you were going to say that. I really hate them.
I'm
Something so extreme.
I'm trying to stay away from the H word, but God Almighty, man. Good Lord.
When they said we spell Valhalla the redneck way, and then they spelled out
Carolina. C-O-R-I-L-I-N-A.
Feared and respected from the north to the south. I have never, I met people from Carolina, but actually, yeah, okay. It was a little bit of a redneck, actually, now that you think of it. Now that I think of
Carolina?
it. Yeah.
Hell yeah, a lot of redneck shit.
Well, I've never been there, so, but, I'll always appreciate that sort of attitude.
I love this song, bro.
And it was fun.
Yeah, we were like,
it like had a party feel to it.
Yeah.
Like a Viking party. Like a Viking redneck party.
Yeah, it's so funny. They were talking about like something, the South will rise again, yada yada.
No.
My stepdad. My stepdad used to go around the house and say, I don't care what the people say, the South gonna rise again.
Right here he did?
Yeah. Summoned forth filled with sulfur, vinegar, and piss. When they said the South would rise again, they didn't mean it quite like this or whatever. I don't care. It's a fun song. But yeah, my stepdad used to, and I'd be like, bro, why would you sing that song? He's like, oh, shut up, Vin. A fun song. Shut up.
Yeah, it's a very weird one to sing.
We were in the depths
what
of
can
Florida.
be done? It was fun.
We were in the depths of Florida. I don't care what the people say. I'm like, what the fuck? What are you doing?
Oh, no.
I was on my root shit, my Malcolm X shit.
What a disappointment.
He's like, I don't care about that shit, man.
You're like that now.
What? I mean,
with some stuff, you'll just be like, well.
Yeah, man. I mean, come on. They lost. Okay, they lost.
Right.
What are they supposed to say? The South's gonna
Put
fail.
Your flags away, boys.
Yeah. What
are
are they supposed to say? We're gonna lose. Or we're just gonna keep losing. Obviously, It's like the Cowboys, right? They just Dak Prescott did his thing. You know what I'm saying? They lost in inglorious fashion as they always do. But it's gonna be a couple days, and we'll be back.
Yep.
We're going to be back.
Well, he said, was it Stephen A? He said he didn't say that. They didn't say that this time.
We're going to see y'all next year. We're going to be back.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. So, the South, they got their ass kicked. You know what I'm saying? They lost.
That's too bad.
What are they going to say?
Too bad for them. So sad.
What are they going to say? They're going to be like, oh, we'll be back. No, you ain't going to. Shut the fuck up. Y'all ain't going nowhere.
What can be said?
We're still kicking down your statues to this day, bitches.
Okay, I think, so when this song...
Fuck Robert E. Lee. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
When songs like this come around and we get to review them, I always think, well, maybe this is a little bit too serious of a thing to think. Okay, so like when these songs go on, I think, oh my gosh, that would be so fun to be at that party, and then I think of the alcohol, and then I think of all the things that can go wrong with the alcohol. Being there? Yeah, well, yeah, I know, but that's true. That's completely true. But I think like maybe like in heaven, we're going to get all those experiences, and there's going to be no fear, no danger, no nothing.
Well, that's Valhalla.
Because honey, even if let's say we're there party. And, I know you're going to make sure everything stays safe with alcohol or whatever, but still, like, I can't stand it when people put their racist eyeballs toward you. I cannot stand it. Well, when we went into that bar and that guy was looking at you like that, I was like...
Yeah, they're plotting on me, but they got to do something.
I want to like tap into that side of me that wants to say something, but then there's like the rational part of me that's like, sorry, just shut the fuck up, because if you say something, it could start something.
It wouldn't have started anything.
That's what you always say. It wouldn't have started anything. Yeah. But I don't know that, and so I'm like, if I say some shit and then you end up having, like when you see movies and you're like, oh, this girl's gonna get that guy into a fight.
Yeah.
And I don't want to be that person.
That shit, though. I love the unspoken shit because I like looking at him like, yeah, dude, I'm all in this shit, bro. I'm all in this shit. We got little brown babies too. What the fuck? I love it. So I love the little interplay. I love the fact that they're too soft. They ain't gonna say nothing to me, bro. They ain't gonna say a damn word to me.
Yeah.
But
They don't. They
never
they
do.
just look.
They just look. I enjoy it.
And I'm like in my mind, I go back like a bunch of years, and I'm like, yo. Like, you could tell that hate is still there.
Yeah.
These people are walking around with so much hate. Like, they look like they resent the fact that they can't, like, treat you like they did years ago. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I know. It's like that In the Heat of the Night episode where that black detective was like, yo, what's the deal with the... And the white dude smacked him. He said, he smacked the white dude. He's like, you know, back in the day, I would have shut the fuck up. But I love this song, man.
So did I.
This song was fun as hell,
Very
bro.
fun.
Redneck Vikings for me. This is a 10 for me.
Yeah, oh yeah, for me too.
10. Skull. Right?
Carolina.
That's how you spell Valhalla. Oh, man.
There you have it.
All right. Yo, look, they got Confederate flags even in Norway. Them boys is salty. Yeah, Sydney Poitier. Yeah, Sydney Poitier. Give him the 5-finger discount. Well, fuck up.
Lap.
And the police captain was like, oh, I don't know. I mean, I don't agree with Negroes hitting people, but I mean, that's Sydney Poitier. Nigga. I ain't gonna touch that boy. Right? Shout out to all my Confederate flag waving Southern people.
Yep.
You
Last song.
Y'all took an L.
Up.
Y'all took an L, but you guys are still repping your team like the Dallas Cowboys. I ain't mad at y'all.
How about them Cowboys?
You ain't never gonna rise again, bro. It's over for you. We had a black president. It's a wrap.
Right.
By the name of Bill Clinton. Vin out!
Oh! Sorry out.
Go! Oh, my God.
Boy, you on your shit tonight, babe.
I'm on my shit tonight. Look at Jambi. Clearly, there are many in the U.S. that are still backward-minded. ... Like the religious. Because bigotry against people's race is bad, but against their belief systems is completely okay. Shout out to Jambi.
Oh, shout out to Jambi.
All right, guys, we got one more song. You guys know the deal. Commercials on the way. Let's go. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the filthy capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord. All kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed.
And a child shall lead them.
Child shall lead them.
All right, you guys, last song on our TransAtlantic.
The interplay between Amy Lee and that guy was very funny.
Oh, God. I can only imagine.
She's too fast. She's too fast.
Yep.
Her mind is like, phew, phew.
All right, last song on this stream. This one was chosen by Northern Scoundrel.
Another Northern Scoundrel pick,
Yep.
okay.
And this one is And So We Age by Brymir.
Brymir, And So We Age.
That's what I was thinking when I was slipping all over the ice today. And so I age.
And let's do it.
Look at that album cover, too.
Wow.
Beautiful. done?
Damn it. That's it.
Now, why wasn't this one 15 minutes? I really, really like this song.
Somebody practice their scales.
It's so funny. Amy, I thought the same thing. I was like, you know what? Now, this type of vocal style, I don't have a problem with.
Well, because it was more on the clean side.
Yeah. Keep it clean, folks. Keep it clean.
Archero says, Brymir for me comes off as too sugary in the way they use synths, even though as a general rule I could do
What?
some
This
synth
band?
in my metal. A little sugary.
No, I like the sugar. Give me the sugar.
It was a little sugary. I'm not gonna lie.
I didn't feel like it was too sugary. I liked it.
Yeah, but you're
Stop right there. I'm gonna stop you right there. What are you waiting for when day by day your face in the mirror just withers and decays? You know you've lost your way. The same old sun burns your blinding eyes as your regrets poison your frail and bleeding soul. Make me whole.
What?
Just the concept of regrets and then how he just used it, but then he does that cry out to make me whole. And so we age, waiting for our fate, so weak, so numb, sick of the endless fight. Yet all of the fables of man must end in triumph. Okay, so you know the idea that you start out young and you age for a short span of time and then you hit I'm going to say your peak is in like your early 20s. So you hit that point and then it's downhill. You know what I mean? Like each year it's a little bit more work to do the things that you did before. And it takes more like internal motivation to do things that used to be so simple. I'm not speaking for you because babe, you are a little bit like an android. I'm not gonna lie. The kind of stuff that you do, I'll be sleeping in the middle of the night. I wake up and this guy's planking for like 6 hours. So you just can't use yourself.
6 hours.
Okay, it's still a lot.
It's 5 minutes, not 6 hours.
5 minutes of a plank is a long time. Try it. Look up planking and try to do a 5-minute plank. It's a long time. Ridiculous. So anyway, like you're aging, and I think about how there are certain the ego, you know, we listen to it a lot. That guy talks about the ego a lot. The ego within someone, it's not just your self-recognition, but it's your self-exaltation. And sometimes we exalt ourselves higher than we really are, and we believe ourselves to be bigger and better than other people rather than realizing that we're all human beings on the same planet. And some of us were given certain things that give us advantage over other people, and some people use those advantages against other people, and they don't care how many people they slash and burn on their way to the top because that's what they're doing. But there's something about aging that forces you to face humility, because if you're a pompous person, your body is going to start breaking down. Your mind isn't going to be as quick. You're not going to know the things you used to know. You're not up with the times as much as you used to be. And you know how young people are? They look at you like you're dumb. You know, you talk about something. Sometimes the kids say stuff to me and they're completely wrong. And they'll say something to me with so much arrogance. I'm looking at them and I'm like, this person, they're completely wrong. This is hilarious. But like, as you age and you are forced to slow down, I guess, and look at things, you see things differently. So when he's saying like, as we age, waiting for our fate, so weak, so numb, sick of the endless fight, and yet all the fables of man must end in triumph. I don't know, I kind of liked it. And it was talking about as your regrets poison your frail and bleeding soul. If there is not purpose behind the things that you regret, if you don't believe there to be any purpose behind it, then I can see how, like, some of my regrets, they're I guess they're comforted by the fact that I saw good come from a lot of those things that seemed like, 10 years ago, I would have said, well, that's just a massive regret with nothing that I can look to for any substance. But I think that's another thing that the aging mind can see. Growth and the value of experience, where when you're young, you just think you know everything.
Yeah.
Go ahead, babe. Debunk it.
I wasn't debunking it. I can't debunk your experience.
I know, but you always you'll come out with like this thing where it's like, oh yeah, I didn't think of that. That was actually like, anyway, carry on, babe. Just go ahead.
It just depends on what you're emphasizing. Tom Brady is a better quarterback now than he's ever been. And that's because of his age. Because he's seen every defensive package. He's seen every trick that every defensive coordinator could throw at him. He knows exactly where all the players are going to be because he's gone through so many repetitions.
Yes.
And so he's just so much better now. So he can't, if you try to put him in a 40-yard dash with somebody, of course, his age is going to show. Every time he goes out there to run, his age shows. But he understands where he is as far as his age goes, and so he just works on his mind. And so if you're looking at a person's physical beauty or their physical capabilities, then yeah, I guess. But if you're looking at a person's mind and the accumulation, because I'm a mind person, so for me, I would never go back 10 years. I wouldn't even go back 5 years.
I wouldn't
because
go back a month.
I know so much more now than I did.
Yeah.
So if I could bring the knowledge that I have now back 10 years ago, I would. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah.
You can't gain, and of course in the ancient world, and it's particularly in the biblical world, getting to an age is what validated you. So Jesus is arguing with the Jews, and they're saying, you're not even 50 years old. You're not even 50 years old. You've seen Abraham. Okay, here we go. You're 33 years old, bro. What are you talking about? So it just depends culturally on what is being emphasized, what is being lost versus what is being gained with age. So, I understand. I understand what you were saying. Like, it makes sense to a degree, but I mean, for me, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but even Tom Brady, because he's aging, recognizes that he needed to change his diet. Because Tom Brady wasn't eating like that X amount of years ago. Right. And then he had to adjust because his body humbled him. You are not a god. You have to take care of this.
No, every sports nutritionist will tell you have to eat a certain way. But what happened with Tom was, with age, he found Alex Guerrero. And Alex Guerrero gave him a sort of combination of Eastern medicine and Western medicine that he didn't get until a certain degree of time. So
would he have sought that out had he not have had aging happening?
But that's not my point. My point is every sports person knows what Tom knows. But the specific way in which he was able to get that wisdom came with age. He didn't get it when he was 20. He got it when he was 35. So my point is, if you're wise enough to take advantage of the time that you have to accumulate that knowledge and then apply that knowledge, then it works for you. But if Tom would have taken the regular paradigm of sports, he'd have been gone after his 4th Super Bowl.
Yes. Right.
But because it's like, oh, you've aged, or oh, you're this and you're that. So the entire conventional wisdom was like this doomsday sort of, hey, you hit 35, so you're finished. And so most people, 99% of the population is going to accept that because in the Western world, we worship youth. And so if you come from a paradigm where you don't worship youth, but you value experience over youth, then you're going to engage with aging differently. But because we're in sort of a and now you're in a Twitter generation where, it's 150 characters. People can't focus. So because of that lends to a youthful, and we sort of like, all of us cumulatively have regressed mentally because a lot of it has to do with social media. And people want to be in these spheres where they don't get challenged intellectually. So, these far right people, they all go to Parler and they all get together and they all get together in their nice little toxic echo chamber. And left wing people do it too. It's like nobody wants to be challenged. Nobody wants to engage their minds. Oh, just tell me what it is in 150. Okay.
Nobody.
Because we've kind of reverted back to childishness and we've exalted childishness as like, even the rap now, you got songs that guys are like 2.5 minutes songs. Yeah. And it's like you don't even have three verses of 16 bars. But again, that has to do with the Twitter generation. So for me, I think to myself, damn, what am I gonna know in 10 years? Because now we've got nutrition and things like that. So the physical, the vehicle, you can have more maintenance so that you can maximize your joy if you can apply wisdom properly. So
I heard
to
somebody
me,
say
that's what I'm looking out for.
they were in their 40s or their 50s. I can't remember. And they were like, I just can't imagine if I had to go back to my 30s and redo my 30s. Holy shit. And when they said that, I was like, yo, I'm in my 30s. I'm like, okay, well, that's good. That was encouraging to hear because I have not heard a lot of people say that.
What?
That they wouldn't. I always thought that like your 30s was like your wisest years. And I feel like my 30s have been my most transformative years. And I look forward to, I don't look forward to like looking older. I'm not a fan of that at all. That still very much bothers me. But beyond the looks aspect of it, or like the fact that I do think like sometimes I feel like even like your aging body, like not being able to do the things you could do before. Although I wonder how much of that, because I'm looking at, you know, my family members, obviously, because that's my family tree. And I'm like, none of them were gym rats. And
yeah, if you eat like shit, you don't go to gym.
But none of my family ever ate like shit. That was never something, my family, they never ate like, well, my mom eats a lot of sugar. But nobody got like obese or anything like that. Wait, is there somebody I'm not thinking about? I guess, yeah. I'm looking at the women. I'm thinking about the women and taking up the women's juice. Anyway, the point being that none of them are like people that go out of their way to be healthy. So I'm like, you know, it doesn't have to be like that. You can make healthy choices and things can be a little bit different. But I do think like, wow, how much wisdom will I have? So this is so weird. So when I was in my 20s, early 20s, I used to think, man, I wish I had the wisdom of somebody who'd been through a lot of stuff, but I don't want to go through a lot of stuff. I don't want to go through a divorce. I don't want to go through, you know, all this. But I'll tell you what, the struggle that there has been like with my whole life within my 30s, the struggle has been real. But the growth also that I look back on, I'm like, well, I've changed a lot. There's been a lot of things and I have a lot more wisdom for people. Like when I'm around you, your intelligence level is so friggin' high that I forget my memory's not as good as yours, not even close. And so it makes me feel like I'm at a certain place. Then I go out and I talk to like just regular people and I'm like, yo, I learned a lot. I do have, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. Because compared to other people, my memory is good. Just compared to yours, I'll tell you. I don't want to, you know, just make you an android because I do know you're a human being. But at the same time, your brain is very much like a sponge. It's a muscle.
Well, that's the other thing about aging in this context, where we have all this information available to us. Like the things that we listen to in our leisure time is stuff that you would only hear in the university.
Right.
And
if you went away to one of those seminars.
And those subscriptions I have. I mean, I've got subscriptions to, you know, JSTOR has articles from Harvard, Yale, all the rest. I mean, it's a paid subscription. You have to pay for it. But that's stuff that you'd only have access to if you were in the university. As a matter of fact, when I first joined JSTOR, they're like, what university are you from? And I had to, you know, do my little Vin thing to get even in to be able to pay for a subscription to that service.
No way.
Yeah. So, like, and then the logos, the Bible, like, we have access to so much information where you can keep your mind razor sharp.
Yeah.
And then the more information you imbibe, especially information that you want to learn, the more it forces you to memorize. Mm-hmm. And so...
Well, yes.
So,
true.
Yeah, but, you know, people have access to all this information, and everybody's just... People talking about Karl Marx this, Karl Marx that. It's a Marxism. And I'm like, how much Marx have you read? Mm-hmm. All this shit is readily available to you. For free.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And so, for me, it's like... The frustrating part for me is like, I don't have enough time... Even with the blessed insomnia, I don't have enough time to read all the books that I want to read. I got like 3 of them going right now. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And that's frustrating to me. But I also, you know when I'm not reading 3 books at a time, that my mind is not as sharp. So.
Yeah. I mean, I think, see, like you like to learn all the time. You're always in learn mode. And I'll be like, sometimes I just want to see the arts. Mm-hmm. Like like currently I'm watching that show Arrested Development. It's really I think it's a really dumb show, and there's so much about the show I don't like, but there's something about it that I'm just kind of like drawn to. I think I just like the pointlessness of it. I'm not really sure. I really don't know.
What show?
Arrested Development. Like I just put that on and just I don't even focus on the show completely. But
I'm not. So
like I don't feel like that you're the type of person that likes just like I feel like you're always in school. Like to me, I see that as school mode. You always want to be learning, and like I like to learn too, but not as much as you do. I don't want to be learning constantly. Sometimes I want to just like kick back and just watch something dumb. And you'll do that with me, but I don't ever like walk in and watch you. I don't ever walk in on you and you're watching something dumb. Like you're always on learning mode.
I mean, I watch sports.
Yeah, but I don't consider that dumb. Because that's like you're looking at the plays, the strategies, the team aspect of it. There's like a lot of stuff. I mean, that sports is boring to me personally. I like doing a live game, but
that stuff is entertaining to me. Like reading about super intelligence from that doctor entertains me. It's fascinating. It's because it opens up so many possibilities. I think a lot of learning for me is escapism because I get bored with the world as it is. So, looking at how, like, for example, in this chapter with this guy, Dr. Norman, he's talking about the half-life of information transfer. And in 5 years, it went from basically 1.4 tenths parts per million to literally 10 million parts per million. Like that's how we've compacted information. And so it's just incalculable to the point where people 100 years ago that's why like even conversations now between people saying Twitter and Facebook are banning free speech, when that's really not the debate. The debate is private companies and their ability to set their own terms and conditions. That's the debate. It's about private companies. It's not about free speech. Because the First Amendment was not about what private companies would allow you to do. The First Amendment was whether or not the government can swoop in and stifle your speech, particularly speech against the government.
Right.
That's what the Founding Fathers are concerned about.
Yeah.
They had no fucking clue about Facebook or Twitter.
Right. Well,
or
of course.
YouTube.
Right. No concept
None.
at all. Right. Yeah.
Right. And so because of they couldn't even conceptualize it to articulate laws around it because of this the way that information half-life and the other side of it is half-life is because information gets outdated because there's so much information. So it's like when you're looking at a star, you're seeing it from 4 years back or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So when you actually pick up an article to read it, the likelihood that article is still true or still true exactly the way it's presented is highly suspect. Because we have so much more information. It's just that you need to get to it. And so reading that book, it's like, oh, so like with this whole COVID situation or whatever, you got Malone over here, you got McCullough over here, you got mainstream scientists over here. What's going on is that this is an evolving situation.
Right.
And what people don't realize is because information is so ubiquitous now, if a person comes to you 6 months ago and says X, they were telling the truth. But now they've got more information. So now what happens is people look back and go, those people don't know what they're talking about. Or they spin a conspiracy theory. And then they say, oh, no, everybody's wrong.
Yeah, that's not fair. That's true. That's not fair.
Correct.
But you stay quiet on topics. See, and this is what I'm saying.
Stay quiet on that.
You stay quiet on topics that you're not like, okay, I know yet. And there'll be stuff where I'm like, Vin, you say something about that. He'll be like, no, I'm not. I gotta learn more. And then all of a sudden the information will pop off and turn the whole thing the complete other way. I'm like, that was wise.
Yeah. So, it's just one of those things where...
Metal Mark, if you have a problem with it, go somewhere else.
Well, finally, I've been defended. Yeah. So, yeah. Anyway, so you can keep your mind actually very, very sharp. So for me, I look at aging as, by the time I'm X or whatever, I'll have read all these books and I've been able to absorb it or whatever. Or I'll have read it 3 or 4 times and I've been able to absorb it a lot more. So I'll know a lot more.
Yeah. Yeah.
But anytime you read a book, especially by these like high level scientists, you have to read 5 other books to understand where they're coming from.
I just thought of something.
Right? So age gets you that.
So you had so Vinny showed me this thing before I went to sleep, and it was basically about like the characters in your dreams are basically just parts of yourself, right?
Right.
But then it seemed like it could be both. Like one was it's parts of yourself, and so you interact with yourself in there. But then like these characters are not as complex as people are in real life. Like they can do addition but not division, or like multiplication or something like that. Something weird like that. So anyway, he plays this before I go to sleep, and it's like for lucid dreamers and stuff. So in my dream, and I'm like talking to this character, because now I got that information. So now I can't wait to fall asleep. I think that's probably what's adding into me falling asleep so soon.
I'm
is
sure.
because I want to go in there and talk to these people. So anyway, I was in there, and the character said, "This is take with it what you will," but the character said, "No, those people are right. What happens is this life is a training ground for the next, and everything that you learn here is completely imperative that you know for the next." And he said that there's so many people that are in this life that refuse to learn, and they're just floating through life in like basically like in like a depression slump, and they're not going to be prepared at all. And then some of those people decide to end their own life, and they push themselves more rapidly into the next world that they are not ready for.
Whoa. That shit is deep, bro.
Yeah, it was pretty weird. I was like, talk to me more. But wait, myself. What is this?
That's a lot of wisdom. That's a lot of wisdom. And the other thing is, all the fables of man must end in triumph. So a fable is kind of a made up story, yada, yada, yada. Mm-hmm. I'm assuming that's a concept of there's an afterlife or a good future for you, all the rest of it. Mm-hmm. Right? So a fable is a fictional story, but so is a horror story.
Yeah.
A horror story is also fictional. Mm-hmm. So why don't we attack the horror story? Why is the good fable always attacked? Not recognizing, well, the horror story is also fiction. So that's what I'm saying. It's like I think a lot of people's unbelief is not rooted in I don't have enough evidence. Like the more and more I talk to people, the less and less I believe that evidentialism is the problem.
Yeah.
It's just, but how do we know that a lot of unbelief isn't just plain cynicism, where you've been disappointed so many times in life and you've gone through life in so much pain that you're not even going to allow yourself to believe that there could be a good future or a good afterlife where you would meet up again with people that you've created these indescribable bonds with. So you don't even want to believe that. So you're going to go to a horror story which says once that person's gone, you'll never see them again, which is horror.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting.
Why don't people say, well, horror is also fiction? Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Because there are aspects of this life where something really amazing does happen. Meeting. Do you realize how massively crazy it is to have a friend? Mm-hmm. Like, here's a person that's loyal to you, loves you, and has no legal or familial obligations to. Yeah. Like, your wife, there's a legal aspect to it. Mm-hmm. Your kids, there's a genetic familial aspect to it. But a friend is a stranger who has none of those, who will commit themselves to you oftentimes more than your own flesh and blood. Mm-hmm. That is amazing. And I suppose if you lived in some other alternate universe where there were no friends, and you told people, no, there's another category of relationship where people will pledge their lives to you, give their lives for you, etc., let you sleep in their house, take half their money and give to you, all things I've experienced and we've been a part of. And they have no legal or genetic. They say that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But friendships, but it's amazing. Like we have all these crazy markers that existence actually has some really, really cool aspects to it. Mm-hmm. But when it's time to die, I think a lot of times people are so hurt by being on this planet and being affected by a sinful world that they say they believe the horror story and then they fictionalize the good story. And so, like, that was the other thing. I was like, okay, I mean,
if you think about it, like if you go with the biblical story, that there's great evil and that there's sin and all that stuff, but that there also is immeasurable grace. So it's the glass half empty, half full thing.
Right.
Are you going to look at, because like I said to you before, of course, we're going to dig more into that conversation later, but you know, if somebody does something, like you can almost always find some bad motive for why they did what they did. But you could also find a good motive if you're looking for it too. And I think that some things, you know, there are probably some things that are just evenly clear right across the board. Like that is just straight evil.
Right.
And then that's just very, very good. And it's going to be very difficult to find the bad in that. But there's a lot of stuff kind of in between that we decide how we're going to look at that situation. And, you know, like, for me, like my miscarriage is always connected to the fact that I've been able to help people because of that. I will not look at the fact that I had a miscarriage without also seeing the fact that I've been able to help people, because I know if I look at only the miscarriage without knowing that there was good that came from it, then it's soul crushing, and it's very, very difficult to, you know, I count the kids and I think, ooh, there'd be one more. Ugh. And that's very, very hard. But every time I think about it, that's what I do. I connect it to that and I say, I was a much more gracious person to other people because I understood the depth of pain that comes from losing a child within your womb. So, you know, I can see that there was good that came from that. And I think that a lot of situations are like that. There's always, you know, you've had a lot of painful situations and you've also been able to help a lot of people. And you've seen things in your life that there are people that lived and died and never saw.
Yeah.
And you've seen those things multiple times.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. But even the wisdom about your miscarriage happened with age and experience.
Yeah, because it was a concept for me at the beginning.
Right.
I said it from the second that it happened. Every time I talk to somebody,
God's got a plan.
God's going to bring good out of it.
It wasn't all bullshit.
It wasn't all bullshit. It was something that I hoped for.
Right.
But I wasn't sure. I guess I was kind of, but kind of not. And I didn't see it. But actually living it out and actually being, you know, like in the streams and stuff. And there's been people that I've been able to talk to here and elsewhere and stuff. And you don't have to experience every pain there is to experience to know what pain feels like. And so when someone else is experiencing pain and you can say, oh, I experienced loss as well, then you're able to sympathize with people more and give more grace to people, you know.
It also made you a much more accessible person. You were inaccessible.
Yeah.
As a human being to other human beings prior to that.
Yeah.
But there's something that kind of opened that gateway.
Yeah.
As for you, you meant evil against me, but God meant it for good to bring about that many people should be kept alive as they are to this day.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Doctrine of Concurrence. I love this song. What'd you give it?
Oh, 10.
I give it a 10 as well, dear listener.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I really like the song.
And so we age.
It was sugary, but it led to a deep-ass conversation. So did that 14-minute song that you didn't like that much, but it also led to a pretty deep conversation.
Yeah. Shout out to that.
Shout out to that. Again, the redneck barbarians, redneck Vikings from hell. Like, all these songs we would have never gotten if it was not for DJ Mike,
Stream,
Middle Earth, Northern Scoundrel. Amy gave it a 10 within the first 5 seconds. Like,
oh, nice.
But this is why we do it. And like, don't worry if you know, you do a stream or you do a standalone song and it's not a competition per se, but definitely love this combination, this collusion. We've got more stuff on the way for you guys pretty much every day, I think. We got a little gap around the 20th or whatever.
Yeah, we have a little gap there.
But yeah. So there you go. We are most likely going to have an Insomni stream probably around 3:30 or something like that. Maybe we shall see.
Also, my birthday's coming up. So on the 28th of January, we probably won't be streaming.
I'm so happy you were born.
All right. You guys, thanks for tuning in with us.
All right. And the 22nd is Pony's birthday. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. Big shout outs to our DJs tonight. I love these collusion streams, whatever you call them.
Yeah, it's so interesting because you feel the vibe change.
Yeah.
With each DJ.
It's a completely different feeling for show.
Within the DJ stream. Boop, boop, boop. I know, Pony. We're almost twins with our birthday. Okay, pause for 2 seconds. You know what, Pony? This is one of the dreams I have. So eventually, when our second business takes off and we actually have like more leisure time, I've had this. Okay, I want to have an iPad. Babe, listen, because you're gonna have to make this dream get fulfilled. I want an iPad that I can do that drawing and stuff that you do, and then I want to get on like a live video with you, and we both like just work on art and just chat, and you can give me tips, and we can just. I think that would be so fun, and I'd love to see the things that you do and learn to do that, and just so keep that in mind. I'll need one of those when we get time to relax. All right, you guys, thank you so much for the DJ stream. Happy birthday to everyone born in January, the best month of the year. Anyway, yes, Pony, yay, I'm so glad.
It never occurred to you to tell me to get a gift? No, it did not.
And you all the gift.
You all the gift. It's a docked. Middle Earth, thank you very much for having the stream, buddy. What'd you say? He doesn't look like a hobbit. I thought he was going to look like a hobbit.
He doesn't look... you looked much taller than a hobbit.
You guys got in a video chat to set this one up, right?
Yeah, we did, because I was all confused.
Shout out to Northern
I was like,
Scoundrel.
what the frig is going on?
Shout out to DJ Mike. I love all you Muslims. All right, we out of here. Vin,
Sorio.
That's an at-home thing. It's an at-home thing. They've crossed the line. I love all you Muslims.
Oh, yep, that's true. I didn't even hear you say it. You let that out. Shh. The neighbors will hear.
They'd be happy. All right, guys. See you guys for the Insomnia stream tonight. Maybe. Vin out!
Sorry.